and Tobago Internet Governance Forum. So far in the forum, we've had some really great sessions and discussions. The speakers from the opening session really set the stage for multi-stakeholder discussion on the theme, Building Our Multi-Stakeholder Digital Future. We heard from the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Trinidad and Tobago, who presented some of the initiatives that they are undertaking in partnership with organizations in Trinidad and Tobago, supporting the multi-stakeholder approach. These included key projects like the Developers Hub, the National E-Identity Project, and the digital learning program We Learn. Sally Wentworth, CEO of the Internet Society, stressed the importance of multi-stakeholder action in shaping the Internet's future, and the role of the Internet Society and the Internet Society Foundation in supporting those multi-stakeholder projects. Javed Sajjad, a speaker from LACNIC, who's another partner of the TTIGF, discussed the concept of AI sandboxes for testing AI solutions and the importance of ethical compliance and risk mitigation. We followed that with the AI in Education panel with Dr. Lev Gonik from Arizona State University and Dr. Andrew Hunt from the University of the West Indies. They discussed the role of AI in supporting new education paradigms and practices. We were also shown some of the fantastic AI tools and projects that Arizona State University is implementing. The presentation by Ajmal Nazir on cybersecurity emphasized the importance of understanding key standards such as ISO 27001, NIST 853, and NIST CSF 2.0. This session also covered the significance of the security risks associated with platforms like WordPress, recommending more secure alternatives. The complexity of a security operations center and its resource requirements were also discussed. The open forum featured a very energizing discussion where speakers addressed the challenges of reaching governments and international organizations. There was acknowledgement of progress in the Caribbean with some success stories in specific countries. The discussion also explored support for local CCTLDs and the importance of regional collaboration, as well as opportunities for new GTLDs. There was also a discussion on the potential of data centers to make Trinidad and Tobago a regional hub and the need for a regional data protection regime. The potential for quantum computing and AI in the Caribbean was also raised, highlighting the need for collaboration. This morning, the very well-attended youth forum supported by RSC, Restore a Sense of I Can, demonstrated the use of an AI chatbot that engaged with and answered students' questions on the topic of cyberbullying. And that leads us to this afternoon's session. We will first hear about digital transformation and financial inclusion. We will then hear a presentation of award-winning research on using AI for disaster relief in Trinidad and Tobago, and wrap up with a session on accelerating the involvement of Caribbean country top-level domains within the global CCTLD community. So with that, we introduce the panel for digital transformation and financial inclusion. Gentlemen, take your seat. It's up to you. You got the microphones there, I guess. There's another microphone there. Don't necessarily want to screen. But you'll be sitting. Yeah, I already know. Digital transformation and financial inclusion, exploring the impact of digital transformation on the economy and how to ensure financial inclusion in the digital age. Our panelists will be Ian Alleyne, founder of Paywise. Do you want me to say the T Alleyne? Ian T. Alleyne, founder of Paywise Limited. It's a licensed electronic money issuer. Prior to starting the company, he worked for 9 years in the IT industry, pursued a master's in business administration, and thereafter worked for 13 years in the finance and banking sector. In 2009, he started lecturing at the University of Trinidad and Tobago, teaching business and entrepreneurial courses. He started Paywise in 2013 to provide cash payment services to small businesses. And in 2022, Paywise became the first company to be granted an electronic money issuer license by the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago. Shortly thereafter, Paywise launched its mobile wallet app. The vision of Paywise is to improve financial inclusion using innovative digital solutions that are safe, affordable, and convenient. We also have Mr. Shiva Bissessar, Managing Director of Pinaka Consulting. With a background in strategic ICT and information security, Shiva pioneered digital currency research and retail CBDC implementation in the Caribbean. His work in fintech began with an MSc thesis tracing Bitcoin transaction flows in 2013. He later conducted socioeconomic research into the advent of digital currency in the Caribbean. He served as program manager and strategic advisor on the ECCB's retail CDBC pilot project DCash from 2019 to 2024. In 2023, he led a 9-month research project performing technical mapping of illicit virtual asset usage within 15 Caribbean states, which included review of VA and VASP legislation and regulation. John Outridge is the CEO of the Trinidad and Tobago International Finance Center. He is responsible for leading the company as it executes its mandate of driving digital financial services adoption across all sectors so Trinidad and Tobago can become a premier location for fintech-enabled services and maintain its position as a financial hub of the region. He has over 10 years of senior management experience and has worked for firms such as EY and PricewaterhouseCoopers. He has supported both public and private sector institutions with strategic guidance, fintech strategies, as well as the modernization of public financial management systems for various governments throughout the region. He holds a Master of Small and Medium Enterprise Management from the Arthur Locke Jack Graduate School of Business, Diploma from the University of Cambridge Fintech and Regulatory Innovation Program, Diploma in Governance and Public Innovation for Leaders of Latin America and the Caribbean from the University of West Indies, Cayfield School of Business, and he currently lectures on programs relating to digital and technology management for the University of Bedfordshire. John is also the Deputy Chair of the American Chamber of Commerce Digital Transformation Subcommittee. Our moderator is Ajmal Nazir, Director of TTMAG. He is a renowned cybersecurity expert. And if you didn't hear his presentation yesterday, it's recorded and available to view on YouTube. It was brilliant. He has over 3 decades of industry experience. He's celebrated for his profound contributions to cybersecurity governance and digital transformation. His extensive expertise and leadership have earned him a place on the board of directors for the ISC2 Caribbean chapter, where he plays a pivotal role in advancing cybersecurity initiatives across the region. Ajmal is highly certified, holding credentials such as CISSP, CISM, ISO 27001 lead implementer and auditor, COBIT design and implementation, and multiple MITRE ATT&CK certifications. These qualifications highlight his commitment to maintaining the highest standards of cybersecurity and compliance. So let me hand over to Ajmal and let's hear all about.
Welcome everyone, and today for the next 9 minutes, we're going to speak to Shiva and Ian, and we're going to explore the fintech industry as it relates to Trinidad and Tobago. So we're going to dive straight in, and I want to open up by asking a question to Ian, just to give us in your opinion, a brief rundown of the last 10 years of fintech and how it's evolved in Trinidad.
Over the last 10 years, there has been significant development within the fintech industry. Seeing that prior to that period, financial services were more the view of the traditional financial institutions. Since then, there has been legislation that has been introduced to support the introduction of fintech services in the industry. And there has been several licenses that have been issued to electronic money issuer entities to operate and to promote fintech services within the country. In addition, we've had the development and introduction of the TTIFC, which has been spearheading the development of the industry and supporting the players in the industry in several ways. In addition to that, there are several other dependencies that have been developing within the country, such as the government moving to digitize payments within the public sector, and several other types of institutions like the credit unions and as you would have seen in the news recently, seeking to be more forward and to adopt more and more fintech strategies and approaches. So I think over the last 10 years, there has been significant development, more so within the last few years, but over the period, one can say that there has been gradual but positive progression within the fintech space, and we're going forward.
Right. Thank you for that. And then a similar question to Shiva. I know you've been playing around in the blockchain and fintech side and CBDC aspects. How have you seen that progress over the last same period, 8 to 10 years?
Yeah. Well, blockchain is just one technology. I think the importance of blockchain is that it solved a problem with electronic money, which was the double spend problem. And since then, it's found, and that was manifest within the Bitcoin academic paper 2008, 2009, thereabouts, and the advent of Bitcoin thereafter. Since then, blockchain has been employed in other spaces, not just payment. And in fact, even with Bitcoin, it's primarily not used to transfer value. It's used as to hoard, basically, to retain capital gain, basically, over a period of time. So blockchain technology is just one aspect of digital financial services and fintech. But over the past 10 years, yes, we've seen an expansion there. Definitely within the Caribbean, we've seen uptake of different types of projects or deployment of different types of projects that would explore digital financial services and fintech. Just utilizing the technology beyond just as a technical means to deliver a public good. And I think that's the important part. The important part is not so much the technology itself, but what is the public good that we are delivering on. If it's payments, if it's credit instruments, if it's digital identity, the technology is just that technical layer upon which you deliver that good. And it's all part of digital public infrastructure, and there are a lot of projects taking place within the Caribbean. In Trinidad and Tobago as well, digital public infrastructure has been built to improve payment systems, well, to improve digital identity, and then layer upon that payment systems to facilitate better, faster, cheaper means by which payments can take place.
Right. Thank you for that. And we're just going to reach out to John Outridge, who's the CEO of the TTIFC. He's remotely. He's attending remotely. Similar question to you, John. I know this started off in the private sector, small projects, and the whole crypto was a roller coaster ride back in 2016, 17, 18. But since then, obviously, all governments have recognized the importance of e-payment systems and a different way of doing transactions. And Trinidad and Tobago has been no different. And hence, they've dedicated resources and you're responsible for now some of the fintech evolution in Trinidad. So from your perspective, how would you see the last 5 years and where we are at the moment in terms of fintech in Trinidad?
Yeah, afternoon, and thanks for that. And I think Ian said it best, right? I mean, even when I took the role 3 years ago, there wasn't a lot of progress, quite frankly, being made around fintech. But one of the things that was very positive, particularly from the state side, was the fact that the entire mandate of the TTIFC was solely shifted to focus on enabling fintech within Trinidad and Tobago for a couple of reasons. One, because fintech was definitely seen as a big enabler for digital transformation. It was really seen as that last mile, right? It was the value proposition as to why somebody would want to get online, either to get paid, to pay, to really be part of that socioeconomic aspect of it, right? The other aspect, obviously, was to facilitate trade, right? And this is where, the mandate of the TTIFC sort of saw fintech as being the tip of the spear, but behind that spear, there were two main drivers that needed also to be strengthened at the same time to really, create the demand, because, you have Ian there and you have Shiva there. And, since I've been in here, the amount of fintech companies that we have seen starting up in Trinidad and Tobago, and the real equation is how do you get that critical mass for them to really make economic sense, right? But in order to do that is you need to have the customers, because the Caribbean as a whole is a small market, particularly for fintech, right? It only makes sense when you start to speak about transaction volumes, right? And obviously, a big percentage of that is obviously if you do have people in the formal financial system, you don't have any customers. So financial inclusion levels have to go up, right? A second part of that is, governments, not just in Trinidad, but across the Caribbean, they are the largest merchants. So if they themselves are not adopting the technologies in a rapid enough fashion, then what you find happening is that, you could have all of the shops outside of a government office accepting digital payments, but then when you have to go and make a government transaction, you have to go with cash, you're defeating the purpose, right? So these three things need to come hand in hand, right? But I have seen a lot of progress to date, and Ian has sort of pointed out, not just on the implementation side, but even on the policy side where we are, right? So, just to touch quickly, we actually have a financial inclusion strategy and roadmap that's before the Ministry of Finance for approval, which will basically kind of lead in to some of these things that Shiva was speaking about with UPI, having a inclusive, low cost, efficient, fast payment system. Hello?
Yep.
Oh,
Right.
okay. Yeah. So that is a big, huge policy enabler, right? At this point in time, we're also looking at having a national fintech policy, because fintech should be seen as, I would say, having its own sort of focus as it relates to playing part not just in the state operations, but in private sector, because everything now is e-commerce enabled, right? We speak about e-commerce as a distinct function. Payments, right? It's the entire ecosystem of any technology that supports finance, right? All the way from onboarding, all the way to artificial intelligence and so forth, So those are the things that we are also kind of playing focus with. And one of the major initiatives that's going to be coming later this year is that Trinidad and Tobago is at the final stages of becoming a member of what you call the Better Than Cash Alliance, which is a United Nations global alliance that is basically constituted of member countries who are formally putting forward the fact that, we want to move forward into this more aggressive state of enabling digital payments. So the fact that you have a country going at that level to make that sort of move, it means that you are committed to make certain progress and put certain resources behind doing that. So, I think the next 3 years is what's going to be more important than the last 3.
Right. Okay. So thank you for that. And that also leads me into the next question, which is that when we're talking about inclusion and critical mass, one of the things that keeps coming up is the unbanked. So my question is, does digital transformation or fintech technology now make it easier for the unbanked to get involved and get into that socio-economic space and take advantages of the new technology and new ways of doing either business or transactions, such as e-commerce and online. And that's for John. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. It's definitely not a technology problem. And where Shiva sits there, I could see him probably nodding in his head because, you know, eKYC has been something that's been around for years, right? You have no shortage of those applications. I think the challenge, particularly with our region, is that the regulations hasn't caught up in terms of what the technology can do, you know, because simply applying for an account online, you know, there is still friction depending on which institution you go to, which sector you go to. You know, as we were talking just recently, we did an MOU with the credit union sector. So they have a different regulator than the banks, right? The central bank regulate the banks, and for the credit union sector, their major regulator is the FIU, which really just deals with the anti-money laundering KYC aspect of things, right? So I would say it really depends on the industry, but on the regulation side, there is so much supporting pieces that need to come together, you know? So like, I'll just give you, for example, Republic Bank just recently launched a completely virtual onboarding solution to open an account. And, you know, so far, you know, they have gotten about quite a number of subscribers in the thousands utilizing it, right? But there are still gaps in that system. You know, for example, if you are when you start to go through, if you are a dual citizen, for example, you would realize the application shuts down and you have to visit a branch, you know, because you still have regulatory hoops that you need to sort of satisfy. You know, it's almost like, okay, I reached one stage and it's like, okay, I checked this box and it flags something else, you know, but you know, that is just the ecosystem that we have to kind of refine in, right? And obviously having that central e-identifier will definitely reduce a lot of that friction and so forth, right? So it is a mixed bag of, and I think that's the biggest problem we have with the unbanked, right? There's too much friction for them to get into the system. You know, this is why guys like Ian and them, in terms of Paywise and providing those branchless agents, where somebody doesn't have to go through those hoops, you know, where they could do a simplified form of KYC, give cash to an agent and put it on their wallet. I think that is going to be the secret for the unbanked, because friction and documentation will continue to be a hindrance to them.
Right, thanks. Ian, you have anything to add on the unbanked? Is that where we expect to see our critical mass coming from for the fintech?
The unbanked represents a large untapped market. I just want to piggyback on what John has said in terms of the regulations. Earlier this week, we were talking to the central bank regarding onboarding and the onboarding process. And they reiterated the fact that there's simplified due diligence now, whereby someone is allowed to sign up with only one ID. And many persons, once they reach 17, 18, they would obtain a national ID. So that form of ID now is sufficient now for a fintech entity to provide citizens of the country with access to financial resources. So it's now for the fintechs to harmonize that into their system and capitalize that to bring the unbanked into the financial space. And in so doing, the onboarding process can be simplified. Once you get over that hurdle, the next thing now is to provide them with the services that they require. As I mentioned, this fintech market represents a large untapped market, but since that they have been out of the financial circles, out of, let's say, contact with technology, fintechs may find it a bit of a challenge for them to embrace this form of technology because it's new to them. And for them to embrace it, you may find that education may be a great aspect of the fintech's thrust. Okay, so the marketing has to be one that incorporates a level of education to enable people to become familiarized with technology and familiarized and comfortable with dealing, transferring their finances from physical cash onto a digital platform.
Right. Okay, so
in. Okay. And then within the Caribbean, each territory have a different version of what the Untitled is. And it's really good that TTIFC has put out this
FinTech National Inclusion Survey, Financial Inclusion Survey, as to what our needs may look like from a financial inclusion perspective. For the Eastern Caribbean, when we did the Dcash project, the unbanked, we had two versions of the wallets. So we had a version being put out by licensed financial institutions for their customers, and we had a version that was put out specifically for persons off the street who may not have a bank account. And actually, that second wallet, simplified due diligence. You had less identity requirements to obtain that wallet, but there's a corresponding lessening of the thresholds and the limits that you could use that wallet to transact with. And that wallet actually had a higher uptake than the registered based wallet, which was from the licensed financial institution. So that's all to say that there is an opportunity there, but it is for each territory to define what is that opportunity within your particular island. As John mentioned, the frictions and the documentation, those may be contributing factors to the unbanked, but the definition of unbanked changes with each territory. And having something like a financial inclusion survey is important. So you address those specific areas. And mention was made about automated KYC. That is a boon. That is a good thing, and not having to do paper-based KYC to obtain an account. That is definitely a good thing. But increasingly now, what we're seeing is it comes at risks. So I don't know if you have a cybersecurity question coming up later, but we'll talk a little bit more about some of the cybersecurity risks at remote onboarding later on, I suppose.
Right. So continuing on from there, what are the benefits that different stakeholders are expected to see in the evolution of fintech? So, I mean, I look at it from my perspective, and I think a lot of people will be able to resonate that, look, I have my salary going into my bank account. I have a credit card. If I didn't have a credit card, before there was an issue when we had the Links card where you could not do any online transactions. But now, since they converted across to Visa, the online shopping aspect of it has become a lot more easier and feasible. From businesses, as a software developer, we used to try to encourage a lot of businesses to start selling online, but they always asked, well, how many people have got credit cards? So that question is no longer being asked. So with those recent changes taking place and the Links converting to Visa, what benefits are there to be expected from the fintech and the new way of doing transactions and business? Shiva, you want to go with that first?
I thought you ought to give that one to John because he's closer to Visa than I am. But what I would like to see take place is, and I mean, I don't want to single out the entity that you call, but when we get to the point of account-to-account transactions, we kind of bypass some of these third parties, or we bypass some of these traditional players. And so there's an opportunity there to, within fast payment systems or instant payment systems, to move past some of these traditional payment rails. And you can transfer direct from one account to the next. But that is still to come. And I mean, Trinidad and Tobago, we're exploring as John mentioned, the UPI from India is part of retail payment system innovation. It is a fast payment system. It has proven to be very transformational in India and in, for example, Brazil, where Brazil had PIX. The one that we're going with would be UPI from India. So Visa per se offers certain benefits. As the context you put it in is that, we moved away from a local type clearinghouse facility to a facility now which has a international payment rail connected to it, Visa. But there are other benefits down the road now that we can see with direct account-to-account payments, which is still to come.
The introduction of the Visa debit card, chip debit cards, serve two main purposes. One, from the banking point of view, was a security element to it. As you would know, the previous cards were not chip-based, mark stripe only, and as a result of that, you had a lot of swiping of people's pins. So the chip card eliminated that. The benefit to the consumer was the ability now to use that card online. Well, higher level of security, one, and the ability to use it online. We have seen some uptake, some use of it online, but the level of activity needs to be increased. What I would like to see coming as maybe the second phase is where fintech entities can now maybe partner with banks to issue their own cards, so that the fintech accounts, similar to the bank accounts, will have a Visa debit card associated with them. This will help in terms of promoting e-commerce, greater digital payments, and especially giving the unbanked a level of financial service and encouragement that they have not had in the past. So I think the Visa debit card has been a great introduction, but it must not stop where it is right now. Must be extended to what fintechs to really and truly assist in this drive to digitize payments and the financial system further.
Right. And so, John, that leads me on to the next question, which is on open banking. Is it on the horizon?
Well, I will go back to what Shiva was saying, just to kind of round up, the big infrastructure projects that we are dealing with, right? So if you kind of looked where and what open banking really means, right? Everything we are talking about here in relation to the unbanked and fintech, particularly as we focusing on what I would say, the flow of money, right, is all really predicated on rails, right? What rails are the best fit for purpose for what we are dealing, and those main barriers, right? Now, one of the main barriers is obviously cost, right? So we use Visa sometimes interchangeably because, Trinidad, quite frankly, is Visa country, right? 98% market penetration, right? We have over 1 million cards issued by all institutions locally, right? The challenge is, and Ian was sort of saying it, is there is a supply chain cost for moving money along those rails, right? From the merchant who has to spend the money and the acquirer, right? Who has to, on that end, right? So there is a cost at every point. Now, in terms of from what you were saying from the open banking, and this was a problem, the OACS was trying to solve when they did their sort of CBDC pilot, not only from the cost side, but also geographically, right? Trying to get access to persons who were in remote areas, right? And obviously having something digital that's easy to use and pervasive to get it's an approach to that, right? What we do in here in Trinidad and Tobago, open banking would be very difficult to implement just by the nature of it, right? Because what that really means is that me, John Outridge, or you, or anybody here, you have the freedom of basically, your account information, being able to share that openly, across the entire institution. We know our commercial banking sector doesn't operate that way. It's a very, very highly competitive sector, right? We have a very, very small market. We have 8 commercial banks operating, Open banking from an infrastructure concept, yeah, sounds good. From a practical implementation concept would be a little difficult. So how to solve that? And this is where the advent of the fast payment systems came into play, right? So if you can't solve that, the account side, at least having a ubiquitous rail that's one, cost effective, But to give you the advantages of open banking, because right now I think the challenges of our payment system is it's not real time. If you have to do trade with someone and you have to do a bank transfer, you know, it could be 24 hours, it could be 48 hours, it could be 72 hours, right? It depending. There's no transparency within the process, right? What the real-time payment system allows you to do, you make the transaction, it happens instantaneously. So you take away the anxiety and you basically give that sort of autonomy to that person being able to make that transaction. So open banking as a concept, like for Ian's perspective, right? I think the idea is that you will be providing a playing field where it's level to all providers, meaning that a fintech can plug into that open banking framework and that fintech's customers can do business with other customers within that entire sector, right? Now, as I said, in our context, a lot more difficult to implement. However, going on the other end of the supply chain, if you have an alternative payment rails that is not operated by the banking sector, but basically is accessible to the entire financial ecosystem, banking sector, credit union, and fintechs, then what that gives a provider like Ian is a rail that, one, is affordable, that's connected into the ecosystem, and where he has the ability now to set market rates, you know, that is independent of the institution to be a little more competitive. And then now what you have is really more a competition on features and functionalities and service, you know? So that is the sort of approach being taken, not just here, but in other different jurisdictions, you know, because as I said, open banking really was kind of started to kind of provide those sort of benefits, but you would find in like emerging markets like ours where you simply don't have that sort of maturity. The rise of instant payment rails, you know, is sort of taking hold, as Shiva mentioned, in Brazil, in Pakistan, you know, just recently in Paraguay and so forth, and now, you know, Trinidad, and we also have Jamaica, Guyana, also looking at it.
Right. So following on from that, recently there's, you know, we've seen some press releases on UPI. Can you bring us up to speed on one, what is UPI and what the sort of timelines and the plans are for UPI in Trinidad?
So what UPI is really is just like how we are familiar with our InfoLink network, where persons have a payment rail where I have a card and I can make a transaction, right? And that transaction happens electronically. UPI is it's a payment rail, but the difference with UPI, the real distinction from other sorts of services, it's a fast payment rail and it's open source, right? And it's interoperable. That was the intention. The reason why India did it, just like Trinidad and Tobago, India more or less kind of had a similar journey to Trinidad and Tobago, obviously at scale. You know, they themselves went through a demonetization exercise, right? They were dealing with a lot of heavy cash usage. They had the banks obviously operating at different levels. They had a lot of high fees, so persons, you know, weren't able to provide those perspectives. So what UPI really is for Trinidad and Tobago is to provide an alternative payment rail, right, to be used primarily by the fintechs to provide that person-to-person money transfer sort of facility, as well as support micro merchants. Simple use case, for example, a doubles vendor, which is the classic example, you know, $6 for a doubles, right? Most banks not going to give a doubles vendor a links machine, right? The volumes, that's not going to make sense. But he can simply have a QR code, right? That QR code could be accessible by Ian's wallet. So I don't have cash on me. I could pay for that doubles, and the transaction cost would be a fraction as to what, you know, the doubles would have to be on, right? So that's a use case for Trinidad and Tobago, right? Providing a low-cost transaction mechanism for merchants and persons who are looking to provide. In terms of timelines, Up to December, we actually had the team from UPI and Trinidad and Tobago. They were looking at the landscape. They visited different players, the banks. We had meetings with fintechs, credit unions, different stakeholders. So right now, it's at the point of functional requirements, because what UPI is really a vanilla switching platform, but you have different functionalities, bill payments, person-to-person payments. You could even do subscription payments. So right now, they're sort of fine-tuning what would be the right use cases, or the right flavor of that UPI that will drive the mass adoption in Trinidad and Tobago. But based on what the central bank has been communicating, there's expected to be some sort of pilot, between April and May later this year. And that might just simply be a technical pilot, to make sure that, the transaction can move at the speed and settlement and reconciliation, all these things can happen.
Right. So, Ian, a question on the same topic for you. John said that, look, this UPI will provide a rail for the fintechs and stuff. Is it complementary to the fintechs, or is it a competing technology? Are you in the private sector welcoming it?
Definitely. It complements what the fintechs and they are pursuing. In fact, it solves one of the biggest problems that fintechs face, and that is the cost of onboarding money onto the platform. Okay, there are several means in which money can come onto the platform. You can have cash, you can have bank transfers, and you can have, let's say, via a card payment. You find that a card payment network is expensive. Cash also is expensive because of the handling and related cost. Bank transfers are inexpensive, but as John indicated, they are not instant. So it takes maybe about a day or two for the funds to be registered in the fintech's account. And people's desire for transferring money to have that immediate access to the value that they have transferred. So having a UPI system that can guarantee immediate access to funds is essential. Key to that also is its ability to connect institutions that may not have had payment services or payment infrastructure as the UPI would offer, like the credit unions and so on. So with that introduction of the UPI, and let's say the adoption of the UPI, let's say by the credit union movement, etc., you would find that fintechs would be able to provide a level of service to the credit unions to bring them on par with what, let's say, the banks and they currently enjoy. Of course, also, it would be quite a good thing to have the banks also connected, so that people now have the freedom to move their money from institution to institution and to conduct retail payments in a more convenient and faster fashion.
Right. Shiva, what's your uptake on UPI?
Yeah, any sort of retail payment system innovation is welcomed. It will bring benefit to, as John described, the fintechs to make their solutions interoperable. So a client from Ian's shop be able to pay a client from John X's shop. So, all good.
Right. John mentioned that we're looking to do a pilot, hopefully, let's say April, May. That seems like an aggressive timeline, a welcomed timeline, but he did put in the caveats that it was for a technical sort of proof of concept, which, I'm pretty confident if they've got it working in India, then, we can do that proof of concept. However, in our earlier conversations, when we were speaking, you were saying, look, there's certain other infrastructure that needs to be in place for us to be able to take advantage of what UPI can offer. And one of those is digital identities, right? So, Ian, can you just give us a bit more information on why you think that could be an issue, or what we should do to deal with that? And then we'll go across to John to see what he thinks.
I think, okay, so India has the digital identity. I know that is being pursued here, but in the meantime, what do we have? We have persons that have a national ID. We have the simplified due diligence, where fintechs can now legally onboard someone with one form of ID. Everyone has a national ID, so And also you have the electronic onboarding or digital onboarding third-party services out there. So combining those services which support fast onboarding together with the sole requirement to have one particular ID and the simplified due diligence process, I think we can not really circumvent, but we can get over that hurdle that digital IDs present. Okay, we can still be able to onboard persons quite quickly and not have any restrictions because of, let's say, documentation requirements.
Right. So, John, like your input on that, we keep hearing about the KYC being an obstacle for a lot of the onboarding or representing friction. And we've also spoken about digital identity in Trinidad, and I've heard of projects over the last couple of years. Does the lack of digital identity mean that, look, what we could do is go down the UPI route, but it's harder for it to succeed because we've introduced friction because there's a lack of digital identity, and whatever solutions we're trying to implement are just introducing the same problems that we've got, which is, okay, look, how do we get past these KYC friction?
No, not necessarily, because even if you realize in India now, you don't necessarily need to have an Aadhaar ID to use UPI, right? Because the financial sector has its own sets of rules and regulations, and it's the same thing that Ian is describing, right? The real success measure in these systems is adoption and usage, right? And what Ian described is correct, right? It's really friction. If you think about us now, we talk about the unbanked, right? But let's look at ourselves. Like, I would never go online and subscribe to a service where I can't use either my pre-existing Google or my Hotmail or my Outlook to simply do that automated form of capture, right? I'm not starting to fill out a form from scratch. I immediately get turned off and going away to another service, yeah? That is the same sort of experience 100-fold for the unbanked, meaning that if I have to go on Ian's platform and I need to go home and get a photocopy of my birth certificate or a photocopy of my passport and then onboard that all we're talking about here with the EID is really moving the effort somewhere else. It doesn't create the friction for the end user, What the EID would really do is, because the point about getting the EID is that I have this number or I have this authenticator that says John Outridge is who he says. And there's a database to validate that where my documentation resides. So I don't have to provide that time and time again. Meaning that if I go into Ian's app and I put in my EID number, then at least that takes care of the onboarding process, And I think that is the biggest friction point because, believe it or not, it's a systemic issue, not just here, but a number of different places, right? Most persons, and the simplified due diligence was a really important move by the central bank because, before to open a bank account, you needed 2 forms of ID and a utility bill. And, just to add to the anecdotes, they might say your blood type and the name of your dog and all these other different things, right? But you really just need one form of ID and a utility bill, right? To open a bank account in today's financial environment, which most people have because I think people take it for granted. We have 3 different forms of ID that we use in Trinidad and Tobago, and a combination of the 2 is what people recognize. But a lot of people don't have passports. A lot of people have never left Trinidad and Tobago. I think it's like 160,000 people have passports in Trinidad and Tobago, right? Of a population of 1.4, right? I could be misquoting there, right? A lot of people don't have ID cards. When your ID card expires, there's no need for you to go back and renew your ID card. So it's really a non-functional, if you have to vote, that's really the main issue. So your main form of ID at most point might be a DP, but then a lot of people don't drive, right? So you kind of have segments of the population with different combinations of the 2, right? So, I think the EID definitely will provide less friction having to have those things. But for the enablement of the UPI, as I said, the financial sector and the regulators, I think, have done a good job in providing at least a framework that could allow some of that friction to reduce, right? Because at the end of the day, what it does is you simplify due diligence allows you to transact up to a certain volume, so meaning that, and Ian can tell you, with a simplified due diligence, Ian might let you spend $200 a week But if I have to do larger transactions, Ian might ask you for more proof or more validation, and I think that's a process that could be refined to kind of help with the adoption, particularly for UPI and TT. So I think we do have at least a good starting point while the EID is, permeating.
If I can just say, continuing from what John said, yes, we may not have the best in terms of the EID, but we do have the ability to accept one form of payment. So it's up now to the fintechs and to reduce the burden, the friction associated with that. Hopefully with one form of ID, if someone is signing up on the beach or at home or in the taxi or wherever, they have that form of ID on them. So they can simply just complete the process in the shortest time possible.
Right. So I'm hearing this. I'm hearing the whole onboarding identity issues and stuff. And as someone who's originally from the UK, but been here for a while now, opening bank accounts is difficult. Up to recently, about a year ago, I tried to open up a business account. I did successfully. Even the first step was, I had to make an appointment, and they said, look, we give you an appointment, which was like 60 days away. So I had to wait 60 days to get an appointment. I went in there, and, as John pointed out, soon as I gave him my British passport, I had to now bring in a whole set of other documentation. And it was just taking long. So I was looking at alternatives, right? So I was looking at, okay, look, can I use other technologies? Can I use international banking to solve some of my issues? And I explored, and there were some options. Are you seeing the same thing? Is there this concept of OTT banking coming along, similar to what, let's say, Skype would have done, a few decades ago, seeing an opportunity? And if the local retail bankers, regulators, or players in the local market do not act enough, then just from pure convenience, the OTT banking may become more and more convenient for the locals, and they start drifting towards there, and then we end up with another set of problems. Are you seeing any sort of trend in that direction?
Definitely. I think for fintechs and to position themselves in the market, they have to look at what is happening abroad and also customize that to the local market. Because if you were to introduce a system similar to a mobile banking app, or let's say what the banks and they offer, then you're not offering much differentiation to the man in the street. Okay, so fintechs over time, you would find that their product would more resemble what you see or what you can access abroad. Okay, because that's where the digital mindset and that of the young people are heading. I mean, I will tell you that we have had several persons signing up onto Paywise. As part of the requirement, you have to submit proof of address. Okay? And some persons have actually submitted a bank statement from a foreign bank, one of these foreign online mobile banks. Okay? Of course, we could not have accepted it, but it shows you that, like you mentioned, if it is that they cannot find their needs or satisfy their needs from the local services offered, they will go abroad. And technology is allowing that to happen seamlessly. Okay, so fintechs have to be very sensitive to that and very sensitive to what the market wants, particularly the younger market, which is the market of tomorrow, and position themselves to provide adequate services to prevent that market from going abroad.
Same question to Shiva. So, you seeing any trends in alternative banking, and alternative banking not just to alternative to Trinidad's retail banks, but even alternative to Trinidad's fintech?
So people gonna gravitate to whichever provider is providing them with the service that they need. And Ian, as a fintech, would know this, and you now have to tailor your services to meet their needs. So if it is that there are providers international that can provide something that the local providers can't provide, there's just going to gravitate to that. So it just speaks to local fintechs being able to respond to what the market is demanding. It's good that the fintechs are now present and active within Trinidad and Tobago. We have moved away somewhat from or we've created a space aside from the legacy financial sector players that is now the fintechs that they could flourish and provide new services. Big problem to the fintechs is going to be uptake and usage. How do you intend to attract people to your platform, and how do you intend to keep them spending on your platform? Because that's how you're going to generate fees, probably, most likely. So how do you make this thing interesting? And that brings up the concept of ancillary services, value add services, which is really the key differentiator to fintechs from each other. A digital wallet is a digital wallet is a digital wallet. But what is the service that you get on top of Ian's service that you don't get on top of John Doe's service? That is what it comes down to. How do you make this thing attractive to persons to get them to sign up and to get them to continue to use it? The threats from away, they will always be there. You now have to differentiate your product from what else is in the market.
Right. So, John, same question to you. Is that something that's on your horizon? Are you seeing any trends? You guys are looking into policies or having discussions on the possible threat of OTT banking?
I can tell you quite confidently, there's no CEO of any Caribbean bank that is losing sleep on Revolut coming into the Caribbean, for example, right? I think they understand the market, they understand their customers. But what I can say, as you're speaking about fintech, and I think is not about the banks coming in, but it's about fintech, and more importantly, I think it's the progression of crypto. So I would tell you, cryptocurrency, I think, has seen a lot more interest, particularly with the unbanked and the underbanked within the Caribbean. Locally, I have seen so many entities popping up who are basically providing what I would call online trading services, where you come and you bring cash from me and I will trade on the crypto markets for you. Because what you see going around globally is, and we've seen it all over, right? There's an inherent trust in financial institutions. More importantly, there's an inherent trust. People are starting to get a lot more, I would say, wise about their money, and obviously in terms of, what the value of that is. And they're seeing all of these headlines, particularly with Trump taking over, and a lot of the discussions about crypto and the fact that the rise of crypto and the value and the ability to, I would just put it this way, to make a lot of value in an extremely short space of time. That attractiveness is now what is drawing a lot of people. So I think that is now causing banks a lot more problems, because what you find happening is that in order to purchase the digital assets, you have to use either your credit card or some other form of credential to do that. So I think earlier as last year, you could have probably purchased crypto from a lot of the banks. I think now, if not all, or probably one or two, still allow you to do that, right? Because it's now becoming, that sort of behavior is now becoming more and more pervasive. So I think the shift towards digital assets or alternative fiat is what I think is a little more concerning. And I think on the fintech side, that is probably going to be the sort of business model you're going to find a lot of people sort of pursuing, where, say for Ian, right? Ian is an electronic money issuer, right? But Ian's Paywise dollar is tied to a fiscal capital allocation, a one-to-one that's in Ian's bank account, right? Ian can report to the regulator that I have $100,000 in customer deposits and I don't have any money to back that, right? That will not go well, right? And again, the digital asset guys, they don't have that problem, right? Because it's all, it's all fungible at the end of the day, right? But I do think that there is this interest in terms of the mass public, in terms of what I would call financial freedom, rather than me putting my money in the bank and relying on the bank to move that money into spreads and to give me interest, where I can have a say in where I put that money, and I could put that money into different things. That I think is something that is causing a lot of concerns, not just for financial institutions, but for regulators sort of going forward. And again, it all stems from financial education and educating the public in terms of what is safe and what is unsafe. Because, people using these terms interchangeably, and it could paint the whole industry with a broad brush, right?
Right. So thanks for that. So leading on from that, from the last part of what you just mentioned, question for Ian and Shiva initially is, how safe is it, right? So from a cybersecurity that we addressed yesterday, new technology, you were talking about instant payments, so from a mobile phone. So how safe is it? How can we trust it?
When you are in the business of money, you're in the business of trust, period. Because for people to park their money with you, they must trust you. And once you understand that, then you understand that your entire system, your entire DNA, whatever you do, must have that trust umbrella over it. So many fintechs have to look at the infrastructure for one thing. We certainly do. We employ third-party security services to review our system, to advise us how to tighten that. In addition to that, introducing security on the part of the customer. Because many times when sometimes breaches occur, it's because of some weak point where the customer, in terms of the strength of their password, or the openness in which they conduct their affairs. So part of that has to deal with education to ensure that they know what are the best practices, and also to employ within the application various options that can encourage users to utilize the strongest possible means of authentication for transactions. So from our perspective, security goes hand in hand with what we offer. Trust in terms of the integrity of the information that we hold, the privacy of the information, that is the data that we hold, and also the manner in which transactions are conducted.
Right.
Yeah, so how safe is it is a very broad question. So you're given a blank template to start off on. So let me start. And we could start from where John left off with the crypto aspect. So we have a lot of interest in crypto over the years has been towards capital gain, not so much towards spending. In Trinidad and Tobago, I think it's a little bit different in that we do have that interest for capital gains, but we still have an interest in remittances. So for example, it is being used in the migrant community to send back value to Venezuela and so on. So in migrant communities, you find the use of crypto for that purpose. You will see people selling USDT, different types of crypto to send back. We have scams. We have seen scams operating where people put forward, if you give me your crypto, we're gonna give you a fantastic return, an impossible return. And people have gotten caught with these scams. And we've seen that. We've seen evidence of that. We've worked on a project. We've used a particular tool to look at wallets that have a particular value, and we were able to tie the identity of that that entity to another identity, prove a link between those two entities. So how safe is it? Scams are prevalent within that area. A lot of online romance scams, extortion scams, and something I came across personally just last week, where you have something called financial sextortion taking place. The internet is borderless, and we need to be aware of that. When you have scams taking place, it doesn't matter where you live. And I could tell you, financial sextortion, there are victims in Trinidad and Tobago. And it is something where it's basically an online blackmail scheme. Somebody pretending to be someone else. A catfish takes place. They befriend like a teen. They get a teen to post compromising photos of themselves. And then they use those same photos against the teenager. And there are dire consequences to this. Down to suicide, teen suicide. And I know of a case of this most recently in Trinidad and Tobago. So we need to be and in this particular case, the payment mechanism is not so much crypto, but it is something that we may think is benign. It is something as simple as digital gift cards. So in as much as we are putting up fences and barriers for what we think are the bad things like crypto and virtual assets and digital currencies, something that we take for granted in digital gift cards could be used to pay scammers on international scams. And so we need to look at safety, security. The most vulnerable within our society, which are the young and the elderly, they seem to be targets of particular types of scams that are being perpetrated by international cybercrime gangs, criminal entities. You look it up on the internet, you'll see some of these financial sextortion actors, who they are. There are cases going on in North Dakota right now that are targeting some of these entities. I don't want to call any names, but you can look it up and you can see some of these things. So I bring this up in the context of, as we're talking about digital innovation, transaction finance, digital finance services, there's a part of this that we need to pay attention to with respect to cybercrime, and it's not where we think it is. It's not as simple as, hey, let's blame it on crypto. Something as simple as digital gift cards could be leaking monies from our society to somewhere else in the world. So we need to look at that, and yeah.
John, we've heard the risks on that. Now, is there like a education plan or initiative from yourselves, or you're still watching to see how this plays out?
No, we started to earlier this year roll out a national public education campaign, to be quite honest. And everything that Shiva was saying there, for example, just give like a very and I guess this is the reason why you have the formal financial sector and regulations to protect the consumer, right? And although the consumer doesn't feel the protection, that's what it's designed there for, right? So like, I lost $20 just walking from my car to my office this morning. I don't know where it went. Probably fell out my pocket, right? But if I try to take $20 out of the links machine and it failed or whatever, probably in an hour time, it'll show back up in my account, right? But, those are the things that you don't get featured or you don't get highlighted by the institutions, right? Meaning that once your money is in a formal financial institution, it is guaranteed, right? It is your money. There are a lot of systems and processes and institutions to help protect and make sure that your money is safe, right? So we have been pushing out a national public education campaign, primarily pushing the whole concept about understanding, one, the benefits of doing cashless transactions. I can't tell you the amount of negative feedback we have received so far, but we continue to refine and we realize that there is a huge mistrust, right? And at the same time, I think it's about continuing to have those conversations. More importantly, talk about the efficiency. Like one of the main things was, and Trinidad and Tobago is kind of well ahead the Caribbean. The fact that people find it takes too long when they're using a card. But I don't know if you realize when you tap and pay, it's actually a lot quicker than doing cash. You pull up by a drive-through, you have to give the cashier cash, you have to go in, get change, give it to you. You tap, you pay, you move on. It has almost become sort of ubiquitous, right? But these are things that we have to continue to promote and make awareness on. So I think it's a long journey ahead. But I think the bigger, action point for us is, how do we incorporate the EANs and other providers to be those sort of ambassadors, help boost what they are doing as use cases to the public, get them more involved, get them more in line, particularly with those more vulnerable groups. Because one of the main things we got out of the survey was, believe it or not, the biggest vulnerable groups in terms of the ones who are most apprehensive are obviously the elderly, the youth. We had MSMEs, and it wasn't because they didn't want to participate, but because they were also unable to participate for one form or another. So it's one thing to communicate, but it's also to communicate, identify the barriers, and then put actions in place to kind of help reduce those barriers, because once you get people in the system, the reality is you will start to see that sort of difference in behaviors and so forth, right? So it's a long road ahead, but it's Trinidad, we are interested in society, to say the least.
Can I just add to that? What we have seen in some markets is that the players in the market and the regulatory framework have been put there to facilitate the adoption of digital payments, but the population may not have gravitated to it until there was an inflection point. Something that happened within society that all of a sudden made the fintech option, the go-to solution for that issue. In Trinidad, maybe the crime situation, maybe that inflection point. I know in the past we've had COVID, and COVID saw the rise in digital transactions, but it has not necessarily gone over the top to become widespread as one may like it to be. Or maybe another potential inflection point may be the devaluation of the dollar.
Right. Thanks for that. Deb, do we have any questions online? I know we're coming towards the end, so it doesn't.
So there was a comment from Stacey Rampasad. Maybe mentorship by connecting SMEs and the unbanked with fintech mentors and industry experts. Free webinars, how to fintech for dummies can help to guide the digital revolution evolution. There are many who are still scared because of the fear of the unknown that technology encapsulates.
Yeah, so that would get handled with the ongoing education. I guess you have your small set of early adopters, and then the herd comes in, and then you still got the laggers at the end. So that's gonna.
Well, if I could just interject there. So John's TTIFC did a financial inclusion study, and one of the statistics I recall vividly is 24% of the respondents. So I don't know if they projected it onto the population, but there was a fair or there was a legitimate concern around security and privacy, which would prevent people from uptaking in online transactions. So now that we have that document and we have that financial inclusion study, I mean, I remember attending some of these type of meetings maybe 10 years ago, and we didn't know what is the credit card usage rate, and we were relying on something that we hear from, but don't call my name because I didn't say that. So we have definite statistics now. We have a good base that we could start from, and address specific deficiencies that have been found within that study. So I would certainly hope that John, now that you guys have this study, there's certain measures that you all are going to put in place to foster a more inviting environment for persons within online transactions. Yeah.
Yeah, and that started already, Shiva, right? So that's what we're talking about the strategy and the roadmap. And, UPI is one such of those initiatives, right? Because one of the main objectives coming out of that study was the fact that a lot of people were saying that they're just unable to participate in the current payment infrastructure, and they needed a more accessible, low cost, So UPI was like one of those such initiatives, right? So while we're waiting to get I would say, a formal national financial strategy approved, the idea is we're taking bits and pieces of those initiatives, what we could do based on the current environment and start to action that, right? To your point, Shiva, been in similar conversations. I've been in government way too long. We sit down in meetings, have strategies, talk about nice to haves, and nothing really ever gets done, right? And that has always been the tail.
Right. Just before I take a question from you, Albert, just want to say to the audiences that are, or the audience that is remote online, if you got any questions, feel free to put them in chat and they will read them out. We are getting to the end of the session, so we've got about 15-20 minutes for any questions and answers or anything else that you may want to ask the guys. Albert?
Thank you, Albert Daniels, St. Lucia. On the 23rd of January, there was an executive order signed in the United States, essentially putting a ban on central bank digital currencies in the United States. I don't know. Well, I am aware that the Central Bank of Trinidad has maybe been talking a little bit about the currency. I don't know if they have one deployed, but I think in Shiva's bio, I heard something about Dcash, which is central bank currency in the Eastern Caribbean region. So I just wanted to ask, I don't know, maybe John or Shiva or Ian can just speak about the impacts, if any, of that kind of executive order, which perhaps may have been done for several reasons, one of which is looking at a particular situation with regard to cash-backed digital currencies. But what do we expect? Any kind of impact at all from that kind of order that has been signed on our region?
Yeah, so there's a domestic order in the US, and CBDC in the US was never going to take off. Too many privacy concerns, surveillance concerns were coming to the fore in preliminary discussions within the US. So I never looked towards the US to be a proponent for CBDC, although there is still research taking place within the US with respect to CBDC. So that will apply to there. In the Caribbean, we have Jamaica and Bahamas still have operational CBDCs, and it's a retail CBDC, which means that I have my phone. So similar to what John described with the doubles vendor, I have my phone, I'm able to transact with another entity that has an account and send value to them. So the ECCB had an operational CBDC within the Eastern Caribbean, St. Lucia included. And again, I'll go back to the issue of uptake and usage. You're going to have ways to stimulate uptake and usage within any product that you put out. You can't just say, I build it, they will come. It doesn't work like that anymore. Well, it doesn't work like that. Some people may sign up as well and they may not utilize it. So globally, CBDC in Europe and in the UK, they are seen as some of the global leaders in what they are putting forward with the digital euro and digital pound. Still being researched, nothing concrete as yet. Some of the Nordic countries as well. Sweden, I think, yeah. Canada has dropped their interest with respect to doing an implementation of CBDC. I think Trinidad and Tobago, we've heard, John could back me up on this. CBDC is a solution looking for a problem. That has been what has been stated in Trinidad and Tobago with respect to retail CBDC. Now, wholesale CBDC is something else where you have interbank transfers, basically, or central bank to bank transfers. So on the retail side, Trinidad has gone a different route. Trinidad has gone the route of signing an MOU for UPI, which is instant payment or fast payment, whichever term makes more sense. And yeah, so it's retail payment system innovation nonetheless. It's good that we're doing that. There are still some, as John described, it's going to be a technical pilot, basically, but there are still issues that need to be sorted out, governance issues, stakeholder engagement. Well, it's good to hear that you guys had some stakeholder engagement already back in December. I'd say the commercial product. So you're doing a technical pilot is good. What does the commercial product look like? Because that's where it gets down to the dollars and cents question. So that needs to be sorted out as well. So I would say there's still a lot of work to be done. But it would be good to see a technical pilot take place. And it can take place without digital identity. If you take your onboarded already clients and work with already onboarded clients, and you just have the interoperable piece in the middle. So yeah. So yes, long-winded way to say, no, don't worry, CBDC in the US was never going to take off.
Just to add to what Shiva was saying, it basically ties into America's new agenda where, supporting private sector solutions versus government-led solutions, which CBDC is, from a large perspective, is meant to be led by the government, So again, in most scenarios, you would find that obviously if the state is driving something, and this also comes, to your point, Shiva, we're talking about the fast payment systems, right? Because the commercial model is really where the success would lies, right? Because one would say, should the state be running a payment system? Is that going to be more efficient? Or should a private sector operator, should it be supported by the state, enabled, facilitated, and then handed over to the private sector to really make it scalable and successful, So for the gentleman who asked that question, that is simply what that meant, which I don't think it's a bad thing because, we have seen a lot of examples where the state trying to run certain industries just, quite frankly, isn't quick enough, to do it because of all of the bureaucracy and so forth.
I think from a fintech point of view, fintechs would more appreciate wholesale CBDC as opposed to retail CBDC. Wholesale, as Shiva indicated, is where central banks within a region can use the wholesale CBDC to make settlements between the different territories. On the ground in each of the territory, you would have the fintechs and allowing their customers to, let's say, send money, let's say from Trinidad to Jamaica to St. Lucia and back seamlessly, quickly, as if they were sending money to the neighbor next door. Okay, the settlement aspect of that would be handled by the central banks using the CBDC wholesale rail. I think fintechs, and they will very much appreciate that because that will lead to the uplift of more activity transactions on their system and bring the Caribbean closer together in terms of trade and payment, etc.
Okay, I think it's on, but low. It's on, but maybe just low. Sorry, just responding to your last question, except that we don't have a common currency within CARICOM, so that may work within the OECS. But
well, the central banks will actually take care of that because it's central bank to central bank. Central banks, they communicate with each other quite quickly. Many of them may have, let's say, agreements between them. So they will be able to easily and transparently handle that settlement aspect of the process. Shiva?
I think you had a follow-up.
yeah, well, again, I would give way to you on this because I'm not, I'm sure I'm not as knowledgeable as you are this, but I think the challenge that we still have is the fact that we don't trade in so the Barbados dollar trading with a EC dollar and so on still requires a transaction through the US bank account. You correct me? right? So yes, they will settle, but we're still
Okay.
relying
So-
on the US banking system.
Okay, so the traditional way of, let's say, remitting or sending payments in US dollars, once it is in the US currency, it has to go through the US banking system. The CBDC would sidestep that. Central banks will talk directly to central banks within the region so that there isn't the need for that intermediary within the United States to conduct the transfer between parties.
So just to add to that, the G20 group has put out that they want to see a reduction in the frictions that permeate cross-border transaction flows. Timeliness, accessibility, cost. There was one more, I can't remember. Four basic areas. Towards this objective, there has been a lot of research by, for example, entities like the Bank of International Settlements to how can we do a bridged CBDC to settle transactions within ourselves and reduce and achieve better cross-border transaction, lessen the frictions, basically. There's also been, so not just with CBDC, they've also done work with instant payment or fast payment systems. So the same, well, not particularly UPI, but a system similar like UPI, which Trinidad is seeking to introduce, making a bridge between these type of systems and trying to get increased or reduced frictions in cross-border transaction flows. So again, these technologies are just technologies, but the goal is towards reduction of frictions for cross-border flows.
So just allow me to just finish by drawing attention to a project which we are supporting, which is a Carib coin, the use of Carib dollar for cross-border settlements as well. It's a complementary currency. And you'll find more information on our website. I'm sorry that Dr. Schroeder is not on. He's one of the principals. But the idea is that it promotes the frictionless trade between the Caribbean countries for that very reason, because of the lack of a common currency. So it's a complementary currency called Carib coin. And we have a webinar planned, I think it's either Q1 or Q2, that will share some more insights into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick question for John. We've heard about the survey report that was done, I believe, last year. We made reference to it. So quick question for the audience. Is it a public document? Are you able to share that? How can those that are interested get hold of that document? And
we have the report on our website, TTIFC.co.tt. We developed a simple version of it that anybody could download and get it. What we are doing right now is we are working with a firm to create, because to Shiva's point, it was the first national survey. We surveyed, we got 99% confidence interval across both Trinidad and Tobago in terms of the data. It's very interesting because, we want to get at least 1,200 people to participate in the survey. We got 2,000. So clearly this was something on the top of mind for a lot of people. So we actually have that raw data right now. What we're doing right now is building again, the advancements of AI, developing a language model so that we can have this data so people can ask the questions in terms of, how many people in Shogunas, for example, have access to a bank account, or to Shiva's point, what percentage of credit cards we use to buy retail, and all these different things. So right now we're working on refining that into a use case that people are accustomed doing right now, using a simplified chat interface. So the report is available online, but we're making available the public data set via a large language model, hopefully within the next 2 months or so.
excellent. Look forward to seeing that. But just a quick question. What were the main takeaways or you think that came out of that survey that you've seen? Just the top one or two.
The three major platform issues that we saw coming out of it was, one, the financial exclusion rate in the country grew from 2017 from 18% to 24%. Two, nearly 80% of all small businesses within Trinidad and Tobago are unable to open a business bank account and therefore unable to offer any form of digital payment acceptance. And 3, nearly 60% of the population were unaware of how to use these digital financial services. While they had a number of different indicators, those 3 were the most, I would say, provocative indicators that we kind of realized that, we needed to kind of look at that top level and kind of work downwards. Because everything I just mentioned to you there, you could almost tie it back to a lot of the problems that we've been discussing on this panel for the last hour, yeah? In terms of the apprehension to be in the system, not being able to access the system, trade, e-commerce, so everything that we do to try and enable those things, unless we address the root causes of those 3 issues, that's going to be a lot of effort with no real activity.
Right. Thanks for that. So, it seems like that the data is backing up what our perception was, and then, recognizing the actual issue is normally 80% of the solution. So that's good to hear. We are getting towards the end of our session, but before we totally finish off, just want to ask the panelists if they've got any last comments, or if you said, look, over the next 2 or 3 years, what's one of the biggest things that you'd like to either see happening or you think is going to happen? Starting with Ian.
Greater adoption across the board in terms of fintech services, and also higher level of interoperability between fintechs, and also greater access to the payment requirements as per the government, public sector, and also credit unions. So once there's an opening of the market in many respects, from the point of payments and from the point of customer adoption, and also interoperability with existing networks and among the fintechs themselves, I think that will go a long way in terms of achieving a higher digital penetration.
That's good. Definitely attention required on the credit union sector. It's good to see some progress being made with that. I should mention in the ECCB Dcash project, we did have credit unions participate and issue to their customers as well. So we wanted that inclusive approach. Typically, as John mentioned, you don't want government overreach, but I think in that project, it was necessary to stimulate the innovation within the territory. So similarly with something like what we are doing with EMI, trying to stimulate industry away from the legacy providers, which is of course a competition, but definitely stimulate innovation. I'd like to see continuation of that. So continuation of that stimulating environment for alternative providers to try.
Thank you. And John, what should we look out for? What do you think is going to be the big items in fintech over the next 12 to 24 months?
I would like to phrase it as an outcome based on where I believe strongly, based on the trajectory and the effort and resources being put into place. Within the 12 months, somebody should be able to go on TikTok and do a day in the life in Trinidad and Tobago without cash. That is, I think, something that, at least within the 12 months, I have put that as a target for myself. If before I leave here, I must be able to get up one morning and use my phone exclusively for one day without having my wallet. I think that would be the biggest impact at the man on the street level, and I think that's what we should be aiming for. And hopefully that phone should have a Paywise app, and
most definitely.
using UPI.
For sure. And if you do that test, make sure one of the activities in that 24-hour period of cashless life is that they have to buy some doubles.
Yeah, of course, yeah, that's the first starting point.
That's the acid test. You know you've succeeded when you can get some doubles without making a cash payment.
And you won't believe it. And that's how it starts, right? Because people start to see that and how you did that. Because nobody wants the hassle. Everybody wants convenience, but it all starts by that first adopters and getting that anxiety. And, it's by enabling the most vulnerable in societies where we will see that sort of behavior, really push through, right? So that's why I have great hope on this, because at least on the financial sector end, it's more government enabled versus government led. And really the private sector is the one that has to come in and push it through, which is how it should be in any successful implementation. Government enables the private sector comes in and crowds in the solutions, and that's how you get the sort of buy-in. I've never seen it work any other way.
Right, thanks for that, John. We have come to the end of the session, so I just want to thank the panelists for taking their time and also for contributing to this this panel and discussion and sharing with us some valuable information. I do think we're on the right trajectory. We do have obstacles. There is a lot of frustration. I see it as well from, let's say, the traditional way of doing things. But we do also see momentum coming up, and hopefully we will get that inflection point where things will start to take off and we see rapid progress. But when that time comes, it will be based on all the stuff that's happening now. So everyone, thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to hand back over. Oh, sorry. So we're now going to take a 5-minute break. So for those that want to grab a coffee or a refreshment, then now's the time to do so. And we'll see you back in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the TTIGF 2025 Building Our Multi-Stakeholder Digital Future. I am Julie David, a director on the TTMAG board and your moderator for this session, using digital technologies such as AI for disaster resilience. You will agree with me that planet Earth, as it evolves, is aging and prone to many natural disasters. In the last 50 years, the number of these disasters has increased fivefold. Whether it is a storm, a fire, flood, earthquake, or hurricane, integrating digital technologies in disaster management facilitates a more resilient response, increasing our ability to predict, mitigate, prepare, respond, and recover from such emergencies more effectively. My presenter today on this topic is Dr. Letetia Addison. Dr. Addison is an adjunct lecturer at the University of the West Indies, School of Science, Computing, and Artificial Intelligence. She is the lead on an AI-driven platform for climate resilience for small island developing states, a project which won her the 2024 AI Innovation Grand Challenge Award at the COP29. Dr. Addison is the recipient of many awards and champions diversity and data literacy as the Women in Data Science Trinidad and Tobago Ambassador. As the leader of an AI in climate research cluster within the TT Lab Data Science Group, Dr. Addison drives innovation at the intersection of AI, data science, and sustainability. Her work focuses on developing data-driven solutions for climate resilience and disaster risk prediction, establishing her as a leader in applying AI for sustainable development. Join me in welcoming Dr. Letetia Addison. Dr. Addison, turning over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much for the invitation to speak today on this very pertinent topic. It's my pleasure to be here, and I'm hoping that it will be a very insightful session. More of a conversation, so I don't want to feel like a presentation, but really and truly at the junction that we are now in terms of climate change and climate resilience, it's really important for us to think about how disaster risk can be improved, and mitigation, prevention, and all of these things. How can we really use the tools that we have at our disposal currently to be able to really have more sustainable solutions? So I'll jump right into my slides, and really looking forward to your questions at the end of the session. So I know I have a little bit of a loaded introductory slide in terms of the outline. But what we really want to do is start from thinking about the disaster management cycle itself, the different facets of that cycle in terms of prediction, prevention, emergency response, recovery, and then really take from those insights, both globally and regionally, the opportunities and challenges that we have to navigate the current landscape. And in that way, I'm also going to give you some insight into some of the work that we have been doing in collaboration with the UNFCCC. And I'm very happy to have Prof. Hussein here as well, because he's also part of that team. And hopefully we can have some future directions evolving from this conversation. So where do we really start with disaster resilience? I mean, really and truly, what does it mean? And in that sense, we think about it as the capacity for us to look at how systems can work in communities to help them recover from disasters. So globally, the significance, the UN's Disaster Risk Reduction Center has said that natural disasters actually impact 150 million people annually. And of course, in the Caribbean, we know this is the case for us more than often than we would like. So the urgency now, especially with small island developing states and least developed countries, is to think about these types of solutions, because by the year 2030, as you could see the projection that we have, these events are actually expected or projected to reach more than 500 per year. So that's very alarming. Now, how could we think about disaster communication, preparedness, response, early warning systems, multi-hazard systems, and emergency systems? How could these all coincide and connect with each other to really be able to help us today? And I would really like to say also to enhance some of the traditional systems that we have. So it feels like a lecture slide, but this really is the snapshot and the meat of the matter, which really is thinking about the management cycle. And these are the facets that we really want to think about in different ways. And what I like to do is look into the global context and the regional context and see where the similarities and the gaps are. Because at this point, we want to be able to, as a region, be able to move forward with solutions, especially in the digital age, to be able to meet some of these different facets and to see how well we are doing currently and where we need to improve and where we need to collaborate more. So, of course, prediction in itself, using the data to anticipate the disasters, prevention, really thinking about mitigating those risks through the infrastructure and the policies, because the policy part of it is going to be extremely important when we start to talk about AI. And of course, emergency response in terms of coordinating the actions during the crises. And then we know recovery is also a very, very huge part of this, which is rebuilding after the disasters. I'm not too sure if you can see some of those small aspects here, but this is really digital technologies for climate action. And what you really think about is what are the data types, and then what are the technologies that sort of, these data types will funnel into to be able to create these systems and the infrastructure that we need. So we think about, like, we have the internet, we have our mobile devices, there's remote sensing, satellite imagery databases, geographic information systems at one level. Then we have things like social media and apps, and how can we actually go forward a step further, another stage now to actually use those technologies and kind of branch out into kind of a wider funnel, I like to say. And then when you think about all of those aspects and think about the stage 3, where I think that's the most critical stage that we're actually looking at currently, where we have the artificial intelligence, machine learning, IoT devices, Internet of Things, smart systems, smart communities, even blockchain. All of these systems now, how do we actually get them to interact with each other in a way that's going to be meaningful for disaster resilience? So these digital technologies are really important in that perspective. So what I'm going to do is kind of walk through some of these examples and kind of see where they are. If you can see the graph from your end and really think about how technology could speed up and support disaster response. The IoT devices, as you could see, are actually on quite an incline since 2007 in terms of the use. And what we really have to think about is some examples of what we really need in these different systems. We really want to think about, and when I come to the end of the talk, I'll really tell you all about a platform that really is encompassing these aspects, which is thinking about the predictive analytics, the real-time monitoring that we would need, and the types of tools, the rapid response in terms of the mobile apps, crisis alerts, and the damage assessment and rescue. So you would see in these aspects, of course, we're thinking about the artificial intelligence, the machine learning, the climate and weather forecasting, which we would have done traditionally, and then how we could integrate that into the real-time monitoring with the devices, the networks, satellite imaging, remote sensing, etc. So let's just start thinking about disaster prediction on the whole. Tech for early warning systems. And of course, early warning systems are very crucial right now. The UN Disaster Risk Reduction Center would like by 2027 for most countries to develop some sort of technology and of course early warning mechanisms, right? So we think about how we want to revolutionize that. And we have to start, and I'm really a statistician by training, so data in itself is a very crucial aspect here. While we can have the machines and the algorithms and these things to do the predictions, we need to train these on real data most of the time to be able to make AI models that could perform really well. So in that sense, we have to think about, in these types of tech systems, what do we need? And a really nice example is that in Taiwan, they actually are using AI now to predict typhoon paths. So they have real data from previous typhoons, they have historical data, and they're actually building these models to see the projections of these paths. And of course, this is what's going to really drive us from the traditional systems of the early warning systems of just tracking a hurricane that probably came off the coast of Africa from how many ever weeks and doing it in more of a real-time sense. So what we want to keep our eye on is how much faster can we integrate these systems to be able to give us more real-time monitoring, right? So the early warning systems, we want to be able to use AI to really give us more information and more projections than we would have had before. I don't know if anybody has been familiar with Google's Flood Hub, which I think has been a really recent addition to some of their technology. But now with Google, you can actually, from various countries, go into this flood-based database. They have a lot of satellite data. They have mapping for various countries. Some of it is a little bit sparse for the Caribbean, and we know why, because of our data, our lack of in certain cases. But you'll be able to actually see the path or the projected path for the floods before they occur, right? And then you can have your mobile devices integrated into that to give you the real-time context and the monitoring of that. And you could actually interact with these devices as well. So you could actually have AI now helping you to make flood forecasting in itself much more beneficial or really more efficient at a global scale. Even AI in earthquake monitoring. If we think about earthquakes, in fact, Japan themselves have they would have had tsunamis and earthquakes and typhoons over time. What they would have done is work with the UN to develop a resilience partnership where they use AI algorithms to identify pre-quake signals using seismic sensors. And that information now they keep training on now to build even more integrated systems to really give them those real-time monitoring and of course early warning systems, of course, to be able to help them understand minutes or even seconds before an earthquake hits, because it's a matter of seconds would probably save someone's life. Now, this was actually something that I only recently noted this week. And it was so insightful that in St. Kitts and Nevis, as drought sets in, of course, farmers themselves have to think about their crops. So they actually have been working with some of the UN climate tech centers to be able to do drought risk mapping. And of course, now they could receive critical weather forecasts and groundwater predictions via WhatsApp, which is really, really interesting on both droughts and hurricanes. And of course, these types of innovative tools will help them to really do smarter planning with respect to, actually protecting their crops. So you can kind of see the perspective of the story we're building here on how these tools integrated into the real life aspects. When meteorologists think about AI to forecast hurricane, there was this Hurricane Milton, and also when we had Hurricane Beryl before it reached the path of the US, they used pattern recognition. So the AI itself was able to actually recognize patterns in the atmospheric data and do predictive modeling of the hurricane paths days in advance. But we want to kind of make that not only days in advance, we want to kind of go by probably even hours in advance and kind of do more updating of those systems. So you kind of get the sense now that what we have works, but it could be actually improved. And in fact, in terms of Texas, it actually predicted the path accurately for the path of Beryl to Texas. So it actually outperformed the traditional models. And that's really game-changing technology that they use there in terms of things called GraphCast and other types of AI modeling to be able to do hurricane forecasting. So that's kind of like a context of the disaster prediction and the kinds of things that we want to think about, hopefully, to really ramp up the real-time monitoring and complement the traditional systems. what about disaster prevention? So what does that look like? Really building more resilient infrastructure using these tools. So we want to think about looking at mitigating the risks and implementing the measures. And I'm just going to really quickly just list, I mean, I'm not going to go through each one, but I'm just kind of going to target some of these that I think some of us actually would probably be using in parts of our region already, like drones for risk assessment. I know farmers would be involved in some of that work. I know the Cropper Foundation and also TT Lab had been involved in using, looking at drones in terms of agriculture as well, smart infrastructure and GIS mapping, early warning systems, digital twins for simulations, which is actually a much more larger emerging field now in terms of what it can do for the region when looking at comparisons to, scenarios or scenario analysis. So in that sense, I'll give you a couple of examples of some of these. So in terms of the digital transformation for the Caribbean, Jamaica in itself is actually looking at using the GIS information to map flood-prone areas in terms of planning infrastructure projects for flood risk. And this approach has actually significantly reduced some of the impacts of flooding in their communities. Then we also have digital twins for disaster simulation. And a digital twin is really, as it sounds, it's really a replica of the original physical environment. Now, of course, this type of infrastructure would take a lot of resources and computing power. But what it does for you, especially like in Singapore, they have actually started to use digital twins, or that virtual environment, to actually simulate disasters. And in that sense, you can actually look at if floods would cause infrastructure to collapse, looking at more proactive interventions, etc. Even in Singapore's, their redevelopment authority, they actually use it to design or redesign the drainage systems to actually help to mitigate the flood risks. So you could see that a lot of these would help you in different facets of looking at preemptive or proactive solutions rather than always being reactive. And that's kind of the direction we want to head in when we're using these AI-based tools to really complement what we are doing. Even when you think about in New Zealand, they have used IoT devices. These are these smart sensors. And what they are looking at doing is using that for stormwater infrastructure monitoring. So a startup called Heed in New Zealand has actually been using that to transfer information into these data lakes, cloud services, third-party providers, and APIs to really think about networking the historical and the current data and making these automated alerts for timely intervention. And I think the automated alerts really kind of probably give us more of a step up from the traditional systems where we get these periodic sort of updates. So that's where that comes into more the latest technologies of looking at using that to help with disaster prevention beforehand. And I think for us, even in parts of Port of Spain, you probably would agree that we should probably rethink the drainage in certain sections, because sometimes it's not just the rainfall, sometimes it's the drainage, deforestation, and all these factors. So we can't just blame the climate change. I mean, we have to also blame ourselves and also think of other mechanisms to improve our systems. So we have thought about so far the prevention, the prediction, the prevention. But then what happens when we actually have the disaster? Because we can't actually, in all cases, prevent it from happening. So what are we going to do in that sense? We want to enhance the coordination and the communication. So thinking about it, we could actually enhance the response efforts by improving that communication, coordination, and the resource allocation. And a lot of this is happening in different countries on different scales. Use of the mobile apps for alerts and coordination, social media and crowdsourced data. I mean, a lot of you would probably be familiar with Facebook. A lot of people say mark safe when some event happens. Or even, interestingly enough, I think last year, I remember I was sitting down feel the earthquake was happening, and Google was telling me the earthquake was happening on my phone, which was something that was quite new to see, and giving information on, actually evacuation procedures, etc. So some of these things actually come in more on stream as we go. Drones, of course, we mentioned before, and then AI chatbots for crisis management. And the AI chatbots are actually going more into a more agentic sort of approach as well, that I will speak about when I mention some of the work that we are looking at currently. But in terms of emergency response, let's think about wildfires, for instance. I mean, you all have seen in the States, whether it was deliberate or not, they have experienced some really severe wildfires that have really swept through California. And there is this Watch Duty crowdsourcing app that actually takes the real-time alerts during disasters, and from persons talking about where their families are located, sending pictures and these types of things of the snapshots of the areas that have wildfires, etc. People can actually track the fire and see where it's spreading in real time. So of course, you can actually plan evacuation routes much better. And it has these interactive features like these maps to ensure that the community is always updated and informed. And that's really what we need, especially in a situation like that where, it could really cause a loss of life in a very short space of time. So we want to think about also harnessing the community aspect and getting trust from the community to be able to use these tools. And it's really kind of building on these integrated public platforms, which is also going to change our perspectives and maybe also our mindset. And a shift has to happen as well in terms of how we feel about using these types of tools. So for instance, in the States, they actually have an integrated public alert and warning system, which they use to send emergency alerts via multiple channels. So now you could use your mobile phone, radio, television, all these multidimensional communication channels. And of course, you could actually spread critical information to affected populations. In terms of course, in Trinidad, I know in 2023 that the ODPM, the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Management, they, in collaboration with they're under the Ministry of National Security, they launched the Public Alert Notification System. I'm not too sure how operational it is right now, but that in itself is also a really impressive move towards having us really use these systems to actually communicate and to have more of a real-time aspect into what's happening on the ground with respect to public alerts. Robots revolutionizing emergency response with even autonomous robots. And some of the takeaways you'll probably hear at the end of this is a lot of words with A, because I'm going to say that really autonomous solutions, agentic solutions, AI solutions, adaptive solutions are really the direction that we want to take these sort of systems in, especially when you think about how fast the arena is going with respect to these types of systems. So even with disaster response, AI for Good actually talks about how they use autonomous robots to drive some of the progression in terms of some of these SDGs as well, and looking at the responses in terms of various disasters. So that brings us to the next point, or the last point in the cycle of the different systems. So the disaster recovery, facilitating rehabilitation with technology. As in my mind, this is what we really want to do. So what types of tools or what kind of systems would play a part here? So we really want to think about, if we want to have digital systems, how can we use that for aid dissemination, relief dissemination, thinking about even allocation of funding for rebuilding, etc. Reconstruction, looking at remote sensing, blockchain for transparent aid distribution. These are just a few examples of how that can look. And this is one example of even with the tsunami. Japan had a couple of tsunamis. I know we had a very large one in 2004 and some years prior. And they have used remote sensing in itself to really think about more real-time responses in terms of improving the disaster predictions and response efficiency through web technology integration. So the first mapping there you could see is just what happened in terms of the actual part of Japan that, you know, you would have this tsunami heading towards. And then the next one is just giving you the maps or the routings of different areas where various resources would be needed, what can happen if it impacts these specific areas, etc. So it brings me to kind of, before kind of concluding, really try to think about in terms of, these are some real headlines, right, on the internet. But there's an urgent call for digital transformation to foster resilience for Caribbean SIDS in particular. We are not unique. I mean, there are other small island developing states, there are least developed countries, but it's really kind of thinking about what else can we be doing currently to actually drive this sort of technology into our current systems. So this, as our chair mentioned in the beginning, I was part of a team, a successful team involving Prof. Gosine and some really talented graduate students at the UE, where we were able to secure the first place in an innovation challenge at COP29. So we were actually looking at how do we think about these technologies in a way that we can integrate them into traditional systems, looking at having it be real-time monitoring, thinking about even using large language models, actually integrating that into education, say with floods, flood risk education, you can have a large language model that you could interact with. But the difference is not just the model that we use online, like ChatGPT, that's just more deterministic and traditional, you know, you get pulls information from the net. We want this to go further. We want it to be more real-time. In that case, it has to become more autonomous. It has to learn from the data that it's getting from satellite imagery, from IoT, from social media, crowdsourcing, and all of these things. And in terms of that, this kind of early warning system could work with the traditional systems to ramp up the approach and, of course, be a more scalable solution. And that's why I said it has to be adaptive, autonomous, and agent-based. So this is just a kind of a snapshot of the platform in terms of what we are looking at currently. And we're actually working with agencies, not only locally, but also regionally and internationally as well, to really drive more of an AI-driven analytics platform, where it actually uses current systems and actually see how we can integrate more of that into scenario analysis and have different players in society use it, not only for the email notifications about maybe to farmers to say a flood is going to occur within the next hour, even the disaster risk professionals, so they could actually think about the allocations that may be needed if this flood hits and if it devastates this community. So some of the opportunities and challenges, I won't really read out all of them, but I would probably give the perspective of saying that these are huge opportunities for us to think about collaborating. And I think that we can't work in silos. A lot of persons, a lot of agencies are doing similar work. So it's really for us to think about how we can make these digital solutions more readily available, make them more open source. Right now, we actually part of an early warnings for all AI subgroup of the UN Disaster Risk Reduction Center, where we actually hearing about other solutions from across the world and thinking about how there could be an AI application hub to have more open source solutions. So that is kind of what we want to do, not only public and private partnerships as well, and more community-based solutions. And of course, the opportunities also have challenges, because at the end of the day, digital infrastructure costs money. It's very time, it's a lot of resources. And of course, we don't want to divide people anymore in terms of their own literacy. Some people are scared of the technology, may not be able to use, may not want to use it. So we have to think about all of these things in addition to the limited infrastructure, connectivity, privacy and data concerns, etc. If we want to use telecommunications data, there will be privacy issues there as well for people's location. So really, I know it's a very loaded talk, but it really gives a perspective now of where we are, what's available, what others are doing, and how could we come together and really think about taking these technologies to the next level, having them complement our solutions that we have locally in Trinidad, and of course, really investing more in this type of technology and really doing more testing. And I think that's really the value here, is to really have it work for us. I mean, collaborating regionally is going to be really a key part of this, and not forgetting that we also need to think about the policy implementations for such systems. I mean, we can't do these things in isolation. So we really want to encourage and empower the communities, and really, we don't want to leave people behind, but we have to also progress. So I think these are the aspects we want to think about overall in such an approach with digital tech. So I end up there, just letting you know, this is my team. We are working on the AI for SIDS project. If you want to see some of our part of our video proposal, you can, it's an 8-minute video proposal there. And we also have a climate.lab.tt website. We work on a number of other projects. We're also doing a machine learning for coastal resilience project as well. And we are looking for funding, collaborations, partners, etc., really to do something that's beneficial for not only Trinidad, but for the entire Caribbean as a whole. So I thank you very much. I hope I was not talking very fast for your time. And that's it. And I would welcome any questions. So I'll turn it back to the chair.
Thank you, Dr. Addison. I must say it's truly a very timely, insightful, and comprehensive presentation you gave us, showing the applicability of digital technologies in disaster management. We're opening the floor now for any questions, both from the live audience that is there and those online.
Yeah, I think there's one inside here. Yes. I think in person.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I can be heard.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Nigel Casimir from the CTU. And yes, we want to use AI, especially in terms of the mitigation side. You want to prepare and, so it's ready and plan properly. And of course, the data issue arises. Okay, do we have the data that we need to train the AI in whatever area? I can see you needing to collaborate with a slew of different departments, and maybe you could talk a bit about how we could get the data to make the AI work effectively.
Yeah, that's actually where we are currently, and that's a very good question and a very informative comment. So right now, what we're doing is we are exploring the options of where some of the data is lodged. Of course, in Trinidad, especially when it comes to IoT devices, a lot of different agencies are doing work with such devices, especially experimenting with flooding and those things. We are trying to simulate that data currently to see how it works in the system. And while we are actually in talks with persons who are collecting that data, because really and truly, and one of the things I wanted to mention is this actually shows you the end product. And I always say I like to reverse engineer, means that we need to have more data. So we need to have like a data repository, because we will have satellite data that we could access online and these things. But other types of data, more internal data to train such a model, that's where we are now with actually looking to see where we get them. The social media data, I mean, we can actually get some of that online. Some of it you have to pay for and those types of things. But in some cases, we'll simulate some of that as well. So we actually pairing the real data with the simulations to see how the system works, while in the next few months, we seeing if we need to do data collection drives and that sort of thing to actually get some more of that data to make a more robust model. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks.
I see we have online Dr. Pablo Rodriguez. Your hand is up.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, and greetings to all. More a comment than anything else, Dr. Addison, I commend you for the tremendous work that you're doing. As someone who is based in Puerto Rico and who suffered the devastation that both Hurricane Irma and Hurricane Maria, both Category 5s, unleashed on us, it was our structure, our infrastructure, our strong infrastructure and redundancy that allowed us to be resilient before, during and post the hurricane. And this is something that TLD operators have to keep in mind very much so. So the kind of work that you're doing is excellent and is necessary, and we're looking forward to cooperate with you in any which way we can. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Much appreciated.
Good afternoon, Rodney Taylor, CTU. So, very good presentation.
Yeah.
Very low.
Are they hearing? Are you all hearing? Yeah,
It's on, but low.
I think. Yeah.
Testing.
Yeah.
We
Okay,
hear
so
you well.
congrats to the on with respect to the award at COP29. I wanted to know if that was if the system is in production, if it's being used in the field, as it were, at the moment. And then just to share information as well with respect to our own initiative here, working along with the World Bank and the ITU on an early warning system using cell broadcasts within 5 member states of the OECS. So this is a project that will kick off very soon.
Yes.
And the objective is to leverage the mobile network to issue early warning systems within these member states. It's being funded by the World Bank, and we'll share more information as that project gets started. Thank you.
Nice. Okay. So based on, well, the first part of what you asked, so we went through different levels of actually showcasing a proposal that we want to have in the Caribbean region. And that was the winning proposal. And of course, now we have to deliver on that proposal. So the kind of support we would be getting from there, and in terms of some of the NGOs and some of the subsidiaries of the UN would be more in terms of the computing resources. Also Google Sustainability Hub. We also they would like us to also be part of an application hub. So we really want to create open source solutions with other countries who are creating open source solutions as well. So that's where we currently are in the stage of building a resilience case, a use case for flood resilience as part of the larger platform. And of course, some of this, we don't have to reinvent the wheel because other people are working on similar aspects. Like if you want to incorporate LLMs, etc., there are other countries who already have some of these ready-made systems that you could see, you could integrate also. And based on what you said, that's very interesting and in terms of what you're doing with the World Bank. And I think that will be something that would be crucial for us, especially when you want to do the notification system as well, because that is really a large part of it. We want to reach the community, you know, and we don't really want it to just sit on a website, you know, and sit idly by. So I appreciate knowing that and hope to hear more about that and how we could be a part of that. Yeah, thanks. Yes, I think someone leave.
Hi, Tracy Hackshaw. Thank you for a really good presentation. Congratulations. That's you'd received.
Yeah.
A question I've had on these AI solutions in terms of trying to figure out if we can use AI or models to go backwards. So not looking forward necessarily, but for example, I use the issue of flooding in Port of Spain, where you've tried many things over the last 50 years, you know, all sorts of retention ponds and this, that, the other, clearing the drains, seems to not solve the problem, right? But people seem to know the problem is, but they can't solve it. At least that's what they say. Studies have been done, etc. Would it not make sense to use the technology that's available now to review the solutions that have been proposed and deployed in the past, assess the relative success of each of them? And I would imagine that by, you know, applying some additional work on the technology, you can then figure out if there's a delta between the success or relative success and what would make it relative successful, let's say 50% or whatever, to close to 90, 100%. Do you think that's currently possible with the technology available today?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think it's such a multidisciplinary approach because we can't use it in isolation. A lot of the historical information, historical data, and all those risk assessments and things that, as you mentioned, would have happened in the past. If we could kind of rate how well they worked, at least we can see what was the best solution, what was the one that wasn't working the best, and have various scenarios to kind of move from there to see how we can move forward. So I think training on all of that, and that's something even when we were, one of the starting parts of this actually was, I was saying that, I probably remember that we have all of these reports in PDFs online. That was actually one of the starting points of this. And I said, we have data from the World Bank and these places, but we also have a lot of reports that we're not even using in these models. So based on what you're saying, that is actually a huge part of how we can actually harness. And even from the generative AI perspective now, you could go and even interact with those past documents that you're speaking about and incorporate that sort of information and train on that as well. So I'm glad that you brought that point up, and I think that's very valid for this type of work.
Hi, David Antelexing. I just want to read some of the questions from the online chat. So, Lalu Ramlal asked, do you have a definitive project to deliver a solution, or are you still at finding out stage?
Right now, the project that we're working on within the next 6 to 9 months is a flood resilience use case as part of the larger platform.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And the second question from Shunana Sepa. Thanks, Dr. Letetia, for your presentation. Are you also looking at the electric power solutions needed during natural disasters?
That's excellent. We haven't looked at that yet, but I'm glad I will keep that as a note, because that will be important as well. Yeah.
Okay, Dev Gosine from TTMAG. Now, so in one of your presentations, you had some apps sharing data to the communities and so on.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of us in this room were in the British Virgin Islands in 2017. 1 week, or within the week of us departing from British Virgin Islands, they were struck with, I think it's Hurricane Maria.
Oh yeah, 27.
And what had happened is that while we were in Road Town, there was internet access. There was a lot of, you could have done anything online in British Virgin Islands. I'm also wearing another hat as the Secretary of the Treasury of the Bigger Amateur Radio Society. We were only able to talk to one of the hams amateur radio operators in BVI via radio. There was absolutely no way of communicating outside of the island. So how would these apps work in times like those?
Yeah, no, and understandable, because that's one of the challenges with limited connectivity and even areas that are very remote, right? Part of our proposal for the platform is also that we want to go back to being able to reach, have alerts that go to even radio. So it's covering all these different communications. So we're not discounted. I am a firm believer that we still need to harness what we use traditionally. I don't believe that we should discommunicate from the traditional ways of reaching people. So in the larger platform that we want to build, we want to be able to see how we can send alerts out to not only through internet, through SMS texts, radio, and all these various channels. Because as you mentioned, during a natural disaster, more than likely, you will lose connectivity. So that's a key point.
All right. One of the things that I'm getting at really.
Yeah.
All these radio, even our best radio transmitters, do you know where they are located?
In Port of Spain.
Where in Port of Spain?
Town.
On the northern range.
Yeah.
And on the central range.
Yeah, so all that.
They are the highest point.
Yeah.
Therefore, they will be the worst affected.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what is happening.
Yeah.
The main communication channels will be down.
Mm-hmm.
Your cell phone will be worse off than a stone as a paperweight.
Yeah.
It's an expensive paperweight. So the point I'm making is that while it's, I want to commend you on the work that you have done, and it's amazing. I'm glad to see it's going that way. But as I say, the chain is only as strong as its weakest link.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And we could have all the plans. And I think one of the, I remember back in, and we remember this project long before This was I think 92 or 93, Prof. We were using Netscape to communicate via radio over a radio link. That's my first Trinidad. The internet wasn't even Trinidad at the time. Okay. And that's my first exposure to using TCP/IP over radio and that sort of stuff. Okay. So one of the things that I am advocating, and this is where Mahatma was the secretary of the Amateur Society,
Yes.
is to build that resilience through things like the disaster management units that we have in Trinidad.
Yeah.
Right? To set up communication, modes of communication that do not depend on what we know as hardcore infrastructure that we depend on right now. Internet, commercial radio, and all that other thing, because that will no longer be there. Ask the people in BPI. They will tell you. And even our good friend Pablo in Puerto Rico. Okay, they will tell you. The US had to come in there and do a lot of work. But I'm glad he has redundancy. So, unfortunately, we don't even have the first thing here, far more redundancy in Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you.
No, and thank you very much for that comment. I mean, you raise an important point. And while we can't always have what we need within the actual emergency, as well as you mentioned, and we do have a meeting with ODPM next week, so I will make sure to make that point, what you mentioned. The system also is for you to learn before the disaster happens. So you'll be interacting with it and asking it scenarios. So we kind of want to, in SMART, don't want to tell the people to educate them, but they'll be educating in SMART. So in that way, they will learn when these things happen, as you mentioned, the scenarios. If this goes down, you can do A, B, and C, and you can contact these numbers and have all of that information kind of lodged in your mind beforehand as well. So we kind of want to educate them beforehand a little bit more than just the general knowledge that we have. So I take your point in good stead, and I think that's an important point to mention when we have those meetings, stakeholder meetings. But thank you very much.
And I wish to thank all of our participants for all the very critical and relevant questions that have been asked here today. Dr. Addison, we wish you all the best. I think your work is absolutely timely, relevant, and crucial for our small island developing states. I just want to also make a plug as the acting president of NEHIS. We occupy a very unique space in government. Our space helps us to formulate policy, and our mandate is the use and application of science and technology. We are here to help you whenever you need us.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure.
Turning over now to our break. Thank you.
Hey everyone, thank you very much. That was an excellent presentation. We will now take a short break of, let's see, like 3 minutes, and we will be back as we set up the next panel, which is on the CCTLDs, Caribbean Country Code top level domains. Thank you. Back from our short break, and next session is a session that will be led and moderated by the Caribbean Telecommunications Union and Rodney Taylor, the Secretary General of the CTU, will introduce the topic.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the last session, closing off the TTIGF 2025. I'm Rodney Taylor, the Secretary General of the CTU, and a supporter of and a partner of the TTIGF. We're pleased that we have been able to have this session facilitated by the TTIGF, and we think it's a very important session with respect to how we can accelerate the involvement of Caribbean CCTLDs, country code top level domains, within the global CCTLD community. And this is broken down into 3 sessions. First one, I'll be moderating diversity in the Caribbean and Latin America. And we'll have presentations and discussions from the CCNSO, Country Code Name Supporting Organization of ICANN, and Guidelines Review Committee Chair, as well as Dr. Pablo Rodriguez, who is the Vice President of Gauss Research and also a GRC member. Session 2 will look at building a stronger regional community, and that will be operated by His Excellency Patrick Gosine. By the way, congratulations on receiving the highest award of Trinidad and Tobago.
I think it's we really ought to celebrate that. It's a tremendous achievement. So congratulations from CTU, and I'm sure from the Trinidad and Tobago IT community. We'll have a few of the CCTLD managers in the Caribbean. We have a representative from Anguilla. As you know, .ai is one of the hottest domains now with the growth and development of artificial intelligence systems. So we're going to be hearing from them. I believe we have Barbados as well. One or two did not confirm, so I hope I have the up-to-date list. And the last session will be a future collaboration and next steps, chaired by Mr. Tracy Hackshaw from the TTMAG. And Albert Daniels will also be contributing to that discussion on next steps. The whole idea is to promote cooperation between the CCTLD community and helping us to understand how we can leverage the resources within ICANN and how we can build stronger relationships on the network within the region for the benefit of our collective benefit. So, without further ado, I'm going to invite Mr. Pablo Rodriguez to kick the discussion off with a short presentation to give you further context. He's online joining us from Puerto Rico. Pablo, over to you, please.
Thank you so much. It is a pleasure and an honor to be with you. Tremendous pleasure to see so many familiar faces in the audience in Trinidad. Big hug from me in Puerto Rico. And also I'd like to recognize the presence of our CCNSO chair, Alejandra Reynoso, who is based in Spain. She will introduce herself later. I want to take the opportunity to share with you a number of slides, but before we do that, I'd like to also get your feedback. So next slide, please. Let's take out our mobile phones and point our cameras to that QR code. And we would like to know, where are you from? So let's take a couple of minutes to do that. Not a couple of minutes, 20, 30 seconds to do that. And wow, I can see a number of places already. Trinidad, A Coruña in Spain, San Juan, Vancouver, Curacao, Brazil, Port-au-Prince. Fantastic. Fantastic. Great. So, as you can see, we come from a number of different places. Perhaps let's move on to the next slide. Thank you. Thank you. As you can see in this slide, CCTLDs represent about 1/3 of the total domain name registrations. However, when you take out .com and .net out of the equation, you can see that 7 out of 10 of the largest 7 out of 10 of the largest TLDs in the world are CCTLDs. And there's a list of them. So we are quite important when it comes to domain name registrations. Next slide, please. So what makes us different? Let me tell you what makes us equal. What makes us equal or similar, the one thing that we have is that we all register domain names in two-character domain names. That's what makes us equal. But what makes us different is that we are based or associated to different ICANN regions, that we have different governance models, different registry models, the number of domain names. Some of us have a few domain names, others will have many, many domain names, especially .ai, and number of employees, that makes us different, right? So that also affects other areas. Next slide, please. So let's just bring home to our region. Our region, the Caribbean region, is comprised of 33 CCTLDs, of which 3 of them are unassigned. 30 of those TLDs are directly related to government. 9 are academia, and 11 are private entities. 18 out of those 30 Caribbean CCTLDs use backend providers. 18 out of 30 of these Caribbean TLDs are members of the CCNSO. 12 out of 30 of the Caribbean CCTLDs are members of LACTLD. And they vary in a wide range of numbers of registrations, as I mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. So in this pictorial representation, you can see that the Caribbean TLDs are associated to 3 distinct ICANN regions. Out of the 5 ICANN regions, look at this. 2 TLDs, Caribbean TLDs, are based in the North American ICANN region. 20 are associated to the ICANN Latin American and Caribbean region, and 11 of them are associated to the European ICANN region. Note, please, that the names of the countries that are in bold are members of the CCNSO. With that in mind, next slide, please. I will leave you with the CCNSO chair, Alejandra Reynoso.
Thank you very much, Pablo, and hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here remotely with you and joining you. As Pablo said, my name is Alejandra Reynoso. I am originally from Guatemala, but I do reside in Spain at the moment. So, well, the CCNSO, it's a platform by CCTLDs for CCTLDs where we develop global policies, we engage with other stakeholders, and mainly we cooperate and learn from each other. So what your peers worldwide are discussing at the moment are the topics that you see right now on your screen. How to combat DNS abuse, what's going on in internet governance environment, universal acceptance, and how to make all the systems be compatible with all the TLDs. We are looking into the IANA function policy gaps that are still pending, operational practices, security and stability. These are just a few of the things that are being discussed right now. Next slide, please. To participate in the CCNSO, we have different levels. It can be either remotely or on-site during ICANN meetings. You can use the CCNSO libraries or the mailing list, which are topic-based. So you can, if you're interested, let's say in DNS abuse, there's a library, there's a mailing list, and you can get a hold of that information. Right now, one of the most important ones is this TLD Ops mailing list, which serves as a way of having a backup plan when things go wrong. You can participate in the meetings, ask questions, answer surveys, spread the word, even chair a session, present, join the council. And if you are CCNSO members, you can actually vote in our processes. And with this, please, next slide. Right now, I would like to make a call to all of you to please take note that next week we are having an event, a question and answer session with our board seat 12 candidates. This is to elect the board member that it's one of the two that we assigned in the ICANN board. So this is to all you members. It's an opportunity for you to participate, to make your voice heard. As Pablo mentioned, there are 18 out of the 30 CCTLDs of the Caribbean who are members of the CCNSO. So it's your right to be active and to make this process happen. If there are any questions regarding the voting itself, we will share these slides with you so you can have them ready. But there's the email of our nomination process manager, is Joke Breiken. And what will happen is that you will receive an email from tally@icann.org with the ballot for you to cast your vote. The votes are anonymous, but we will be tracking who is voting, not what the vote is about, but we will actually be displaying this information, as you can see in the chat. So with that, let's move on to Sean Copeland, who is the chair of the Guidelines Review Committee, to continue with the conversation.
Thank you, Alejandra, and good day, everyone. Next slide, please. So earlier, Pablo had you test out a Metimeter, and we're going to continue with that if you don't mind. So pull out your phones. And what we are looking for is how can we at the CCNSO assist you? We want your involvement, and we know for your involvement, we need to also give you value. So please take a minute and enter in your thoughts on how we can help out your CCTLD. So with technical assistant, that's actually a really good one. The TLD Ops mailing list, if you're not a member of it, is an excellent source as a gateway to information and help. You get best practices actually from people, different operators around the world, and it's a really useful resource for you. And again, training and knowledge and sharing, also we'd love to give that to you. So please reach out. Okay, another maybe 10 seconds. Training. Yeah, we can do training in a certain, or maybe a little bit different way. It's how we share information. We have this thing called Tech Day that happens on the first Monday of a session. It's not so much training as so much as sharing, but it's interactive and can be very valuable to you. So I think we will finish with this question, if that is okay. Could we go to the next question? And then this is really important to us because we know that there's a number of people in the Caribbean, in the CCTLD world, that haven't participated in the CCNSO, and we'd like to know what's holding you back. And we'd like to figure out how we can facilitate you becoming members. Lack of awareness, that's a great thing. It's one of the reasons that Pablo brought our attention to this meeting for us to be here. So we are making an effort. And for those of you that are participating, we thank you very much. Understand the distance and finance questions. Those are real and valuable. Okay, give it another 10 seconds if you have any more thoughts. Time schedule, that's fair too. So what we're going to do is we are going to take all this information that you've given us. We're going to share it back with you. And we're also going to look at it and we're going to see how we can improve our interaction with you and hopefully bring more of you into the CCNSO. So thank you very much for this. Next slide. So you were talking about information resources. Here are some really good ones for you. Again, you're going to get a slide on it. There's a link for the TLD Ops group, DNS abuse, which is a significant issue for us, for you to look at, both the library and the mailing list, and the universal acceptance, also really important. And the one that I like, and I think it actually kind of ties into what I've heard today a little bit, is the Internet Governance Liaison Committee, what we do there. So take a look at all of that. We would love to have you in the CCNSO, speaking on behalf of Alejandra, myself, and everyone else in the CCNSO. So with that, next slide, officially, thank you so much for listening to us. And I look forward to seeing you, hopefully in Seattle, virtually or in person. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our panelists for setting the stage and for those excellent provision of information. We trust that the slides can be made available for us to share with the participants. So based on what you've said and what you've seen in your various capacities, what do you think are the biggest hurdles? Well, you did the poll. And you did have some suggestions on why there are some of the hindrances to participation. How do you think, and I know you'll go back and give that some thought, but what from your own observations are the biggest challenges preventing us in the Caribbean? And are you satisfied with the level of participation that you've seen? And this can go to either of the panelists with the in the global communities thus far. And can you point to some of those that are most active? Not necessarily to name and shame, but say what has been working well and what has not been. So yes, who would like to tackle that? Perhaps Sean?
Sure, okay, I'll give it a shot. We'll see how it goes. AJ's my boss, so if he corrects me, it's all good. The people that have been involved in the CCTLD or the CCNSO world space tend to have been involved for a while. So there's a bit of camaraderie there, friendships, relationships that go on, networking that goes on. And, that's kept people in and kept people involved. We know like this group, and there's other groups that go on that, help in networking. But there's a gap there, and we want to bridge that gap, and we want to understand what it is to encourage people to join us.
Andrea, you wanted to respond as well?
Yes, thank you so much. I would like to tackle it from the other side, as in how can you participate? Instead of it's preventing you, I can tell you of the ways that it's easy for you to participate, in the sense of we have the resources available online, which you can look at and at your own pace and time, the mailing list as well, the working groups as well. When we have the sessions, you can join remotely. Yes, I know time zones are difficult, but sometimes it will be closer to you, as it will be now in Seattle. So the time zone would be more favorable. So, and there is actually no costs associated with participating in the CCNSO. So I would like to emphasize that the entrance level it's low, as in you just need to start to get connected and follow the topics, and eventually you will get hooked, and you will be helping us in the panel next time. Thank you.
Thank you. And Pablo, did you also want to say a word on that from your own participation?
Thank you so much. First and foremost, I want to thank you, Mr. Secretary, Tracy Hackshaw, and the rest of the team for coordinating this event. This is the type of event that gives us the opportunity to reach out to our Caribbean community and to collaborate in the various ways that we can and we know how. This is a fantastic opportunity to let our entire Caribbean community know that your opinion matters. It doesn't matter if you have many domain name registrations or only a handful of them. Your opinion is just as important. You belong here. We need you. We like you to be part of this, because the work that the CCNSO does represents the entire world in the measure that the world participates. And the Caribbean region is just as important as any other region. So that said, and I don't want to keep you from your social event, but that said, we would like to participate, and we would like to get invited more often to this type of events in the measure that they get done. We would like to be able to help out and produce more of this type of events that are extremely valuable to the entire community. Thank you.
Thank you very much as well. Do we have any questions from the audience? This first session sets the stage. We really want to hear from the CCTLD managers themselves as well. And we'll have an opportunity in the third session to brainstorm on some of the next steps to help build this community. You heard that about the networking, which was helping to bring sort of the familiar faces back to participate, but we want to grow that network. Yes, any questions from the audience? Any questions in the room or online? Okay, no. So then, without further ado, we'll move to session 2. Thank you all very much on the first panel, and please stick around for the rest of the discussion. So I will hand over now to Professor Patrick Hossain of the TTMAG to tell us about to moderate the panel on building a stronger regional community. Over to you.
Thanks, Rodney. Before I start, I'm a CCTLE manager, and we've been a member of the CCNSO for several years now. I don't know, maybe 15 years, I guess. So I would encourage other CCTLE managers within the Caribbean to join it. It's definitely worth it. So let me get to this panel. Because of time, what I'll do is I'm going to read out the topics that we want to cover in this panel, and then I'll ask each of the panelists to give their views on each of these topics. I'll give them about 3 minutes. Afterwards, I will give some of my views, and then we could answer some questions. All right. So this panel is on building a stronger regional community. And talking mostly about the Caribbean. First, challenges and opportunities for Caribbean CCTLDs, exploring opportunities for knowledge sharing and mentorship, how we could share knowledge among ourselves. We've done some of this in the past, but it hasn't been as much as we should. Collaborating with regional and international organizations to access training resources, for instance, from ICANN. We have, again, there's a need to make better use of the resources they provide. And Albert will talk more about what they provide. In terms of advocacy and policy, discussing common policy challenges and opportunities, developing a unified regional voice on key policy issues, and finally collaborating with regional organizations to advocate for the interests of Caribbean CCTLEs. And I think this is the most important one. We need to, it's several of us in the Caribbean. We need to coordinate our efforts, collaborate, and have a bigger voice in the international domain or international space domain as well. Because we could have a bigger voice, but we need to collaborate more. And this collaboration, over the years, we've had different efforts to form some sort of Caribbean TLD type group. And I think there's something we need to pursue more. But before, and I have more to say, but let me give the other panelists an opportunity to respond or give their views on each of these topics. I'm not sure who's online, but I'll go according to the list I have here. So let's start with Mr. Clifford Bostick. If you could introduce yourself, give some of your background, and then give your views on the topics I mentioned just now. Okay, so let's go to .ai, Mr. Damian Harrigan.
Not speaking. Yeah, he's there and speaking.
Damian, are you there?
That's the audio.
Okay, so Damian, what we'll do is test your audio. We'll come back to you in a minute. How about Mr. Lindert Pengel from Curacao?
Yes, hi, I'm here. Thank you for the invitation and to participate in such an important forum. I was a little bit surprised by the presentation, especially on the numbers of members that are associated with the CCNSO, but also the last TLD, which is Latin American and Caribbean top-level domain organization as well. And one of the points that I had noted is that's very important for us as let's say Caribbean island. And in our case, it's I also heard it in the previous presentation. It's very interesting. Our position as Curacao being part of the Dutch Kingdom. So you're in the Caribbean, but it's seen as being part of Europe. But it also puts on it in a special position. But my main thing is it's important to be part of at least the mailing list that was mentioned for the CCNSO, but also for the other ones, like being part of the LACNIC, which is also a Latin American and Caribbean NIC in this case. It's important for when we are looking for information about knowledge training. There are several opportunities in there for training, especially if you want some technical things on, let's say, IPv6 or whatever. There are trainings that you can, as manager or your team, can follow for free. And so when you're talking about sharing knowledge, that is one of the possibilities. So I believe one of the things is to start with, be part of a mailing list. And try to become members, because as you also mentioned, Mr. Gosine, our CCTLD is a member of the CCNSO, I think also around 14, 15 years. And you are, you will be held on top of development and will be able to participate also. So yeah, just to be short for now, I think that it's very important to belong to something of one of these organizations. And the other thing I was thinking about, and that would be like, just as the CCNSO is part of the ICANN, maybe we should think also maybe an organization that really has the Caribbean islands as TLDs. And and work together in a smaller group, like being part of last TLD, for instance, and to work out things that matter, especially in our region. So that is one idea I would like to share for now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pengel. So the next, let's hear from Mr. Charles Noir from Saint Martin.
So can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Charles Noir. I'm actually from CIRA, the Canadian Internet Registration Authority. Maybe is there a confusion is there another Charles Noir in the group? No. Okay, I'll share some ideas that have come to mind. Obviously, coming from Canada, our view has tended to be focused on being the .ca operator. So some of what I'll share is experience as the .ca operator. Essentially, what I'd like to bring your attention to, in addition to what folks have covered in terms of LAC-TLD and a number of organizations, Canada CIRA has done a lot of work over the past year and a half on something called a Technical Community Coalition for Multi-Stakeholderism. It's TCCM.global. And what this is a number of technical operators from across the globe. So registries, top-level domain regional groups, registrars, registries for internet numbers, and other service providers at the heart of the internet and the technical community coming together to participate in and advocate for policy related to the WSIS Plus 20 review that's underway in the United Nations. For those of you, you're likely aware, folks on the call, I won't get into too much of the history, but why we have an Internet Governance Forum, for example, and how that was created is related to two processes, a number of processes, but two in particular in 2003 and 2005. It was reviewed in 2010 and is now coming up for review again in 2025. And I'd say in terms of sharing knowledge or collaborating in this space, in the policy space, in the international policy space, that community itself is something that's available for critical internet infrastructure operators to join and meet the group that we were talking about earlier in terms of CCs, Gs, and registries and registrars. And I would say that's an opportunity really to leverage that community to begin that expansion that you might be thinking about in terms of making connections into the broader international network that is working, I think, quite well to represent the needs that we have as domain registrars, as managers of CTLDs. Obviously, the ICANN work at the beginning, the discussion about the CCNSO is very important, and that's certainly a place to do so. I'm just offering folks to have a look at the TCCM.global. Take a look at our statement. You'll get a sense of our mission and purpose within the context of the WSIS Plus 20. We are looking to defend and advocate for multi-stakeholderism and to be heard as a technical community. We do have representation across every region globally, and some good friends that are on the call right here. I know Dr. Rodriguez and .pr are on board, and you'll see some other folks there if you go to the website tccm.global. That could be certainly something to think about on a more practical level if you're looking to engage in this international process. They can often feel quite overwhelming, and if we're coming together, we can share information, positions, and have a more concentrated, louder voice within that context. Thank you.
Thanks, Charles. Next, Mr. Max Henry. Max and I go back several years now. Didn't realize he's still around. Go ahead, Max.
Yeah, that's when we are getting very old. So, sorry. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone, and congratulations, Dr. Olsen, for your award, and glad to see so familiar faces. My name is Max Larson Henry. I'm the technical contact of .ht since its redelegation back in 2004, so a long time ago. I have also to mention that we have been a member of the CCNSO for a long time, more than 10 years. And what we do appreciate by being a member of CCNSO is being part of this network. Whenever we face some challenges, we know that we can, take our phone and drop an email or call someone to discuss about some issues. And also the knowledge sharing part is very, very important, as well as the shared service and infrastructure that we typically do between members. So regarding the topics at hand, I will first of all talk about the knowledge sharing between CCTLDs from the Caribbean region. In the Caribbean context, I think CCTLD can benefit from deeper, stronger collaboration with more established ones. Through participation in knowledge sharing programs, they can improve their technical and operational capacity and contribute to regional growth. For example, we have seen significant growth in the number of internet exchange points in the Caribbean due to collaboration between various organizations, CTU, CaribNOG, other content delivery networks, ISP associations, civil society organizations such as Internet Society chapters, also Alleyne, LATLD, LACNIC, and true multi-stakeholder approach. So based on these successful results, it's safe to believe that similar collaborations in the CCTLD space would yield comparable, if not greater, results. Joint initiatives such as hosting copies of food servers at local internet exchange points, hosting CCTLD servers within these IXPs, hosting secondary DNS service for CCTLD, can have profound impact on both internet access and the overall quality of internet infrastructure and services within our region. These initiatives not only improve network resilience, but also can contribute to the development of a more robust and reliable internet within the Caribbean region. Thank you.
Thanks, Max. Is Mr. Clifford Bostic on now? Okay, let's, how about Mr. Damien Harrigan? Were you able to sort out your audio?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Apologies for the technical mishap earlier. Thank you so much for letting me join this esteemed panel this afternoon. Damien Harrigan from Anguilla, telecoms regulator. For us with that AI, Anguilla being one of the smaller Caribbean islands, it was difficult for us to have to dedicate human resources to managing the CCTLD, especially since it wasn't really generating much revenues at the time. So we would have contracted the management and administration out to third parties. Hence, that probably explain why we're not as active in the region, CCNS, so on and so forth. But I was a little surprised just now to see the graphic from Pablo, which aligned Anguilla with Europe. When in reality, because of our position, we are mostly aligned with Latin America and North America. So we do receive correspondences from LACNIC regularly. So I would want to think that that's where we are located. I guess we'd have to look into that. But for us, what we found to be lacking in our space is just the knowledge and the capabilities, the technical capabilities. And after sitting on a couple of meetings with CTU and so forth, you see how you really learn a lot from regional sharing. And I too would like to see something happening on a smaller scale Caribbean-wise where we can share and get more involved. Again, I get correspondences from the LACNIC, but that is so big. You have all the big Latin American countries involved and so forth. So you kind of get lost in there. So it'd be nice to have a conversation in the region to just, we can align and see where we can take this. And of course, I'm pretty sure most of the countries in the region have the same issues, writing policies with regards to the internet, DNS and so forth, where we don't have a lot of experience in that space. So I can definitely see where, you know, collaboration in the region can help a lot.
Thanks, Damien. Is Clifford on? No? Okay, so yeah, I'm not sure how we're doing on time, but let me just give my views on things. Yeah, definitely we need to collaborate more. We need to have a more international voice from the Caribbean region. And the question is, why haven't we been able to do it, you know, over the years? I've been the CCTLD manager for .TT for the last 30 plus years. And you know, I've seen changes within the Caribbean, but we haven't been able to collaborate. One of the reasons I think is if you look at Trinidad, and you know, I'm blowing my own horn here, the reason we were able to have a TTMAG and for TTMAG to sponsor or organize TTIGF is because TTNIC, and you see all the TTs here, right? You see TTNIC went ahead, you know, about 10 years ago to form the group and support it financially. The hope is for them to be self-sustaining, but hopefully we get to that. But for events like this, they do get quite a bit of assistance, but you know, TTNIC has to top it up, right? Now, if the other islands did something similarly, where the CCTLDs support maybe a MAG, a local MAG, or some organization, and then these organizations could then cooperate or collaborate among themselves within the region. Because if you have multiple contacts within an island, it's difficult to do any kind of collaboration. If you have a single point of contact, some sort of a MAG, then it becomes a little bit easier. And then you could take it from there. You get the regional collaboration, and from that, now you have a bigger international voice. So that is what I'm hoping we can do. We can have I know there's LAC TLD, but I believe we should have a Caribbean TLD as well, to be able to better organize ourselves. In addition, you know, what I would like to say is some of the things you know, TTNIC does as well could be done in the other islands, and we are willing to help them. Things like providing websites and domains for all educational institutions. I mean, we do that pro bono. You know, hopefully someday the government takes it over, but so far we do it. And we sponsor quite a bit of research as well. So you saw the talk by Letetia. That's part of our lab, TT Lab, and that some of that funding, you know, for to attend conferences, etc., comes from TTNIC as well. So what I'm trying to say is that we are very willing to assist other islands, other CCTLDs in not only forming a MAG, but using resources to help the island in various ways. Thanks. So, yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to invite Tracy to come up in the interest of time to give the wrap-up session to bring everything home. Thank you very much, Patrick. Albert is going to come up as well because he's part of this next steps discussion. And thank you very much for your leadership on the TTNIC and for the continued support of the TTMAG and setting the example. Yeah. Oh, sorry. There's a question online. Okay. Please, let's take the question online and then move to session 3. Please go ahead. Pablo, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Mr. Secretary. Thanks, Patrick, for a great session. And it is fantastic to see so many friendly faces. Damien, Lander, Max, and so many of you, Tracy, and so on. Damien, I want you to know that you're right. We need to come together and know more about each other and help out each other. Patrick, absolutely. There is a LAC TLD. And LAC TLD is fantastic and it does a lot of help. But it is great also if the Caribbean TLD community comes together and works together, and the more the merrier. If we can bring people like Maureen Hillard from the other side of the world, according to our perspective, she could be great help. And she's an islander too. She's got plenty of similar stories to share with us, as well as each one of us. Remember what I said. The one thing that we have in common is that we register 2-character domain names. After that, we have different registry models, different governance models. We do what works for us. I will not come here to preach to you that my way of doing business is better than yours and you should adapt to the way I do business. I have some particularities of my ecosystems that allows me to do certain things. You need to look into your external and internal ecosystems and see what works for you. But you know, our strength is based on how many of us can come together. We can liberate each other. We can help each other. I may not know how to solve the problem that you may have, but I may know someone who does. So we can use each other to collaborate and to find information and to network in places such as Leonard mentioned, Tech Day, such as Max also mentioned, Tech Day, subscribing to the email list, subscribing to the newsletters, participating in all of these events, and participating in all of these organizations, whether it's LACNIC, LACTLD, our own Caribbean Association, the various ISA chapters, and as well as the CCNSO and other places. Let's participate everywhere. Let our voice be heard. Our opinion is important. Our opinion enriches what all these other associations are trying to do, and they will not be able to achieve their objectives to their maximum potential if we're not there. So I invite every one of us to collaborate with each other, to engage more with each other. I think the CTU is a fantastic place that could be a repository where we can all come together. So more power to us, you know, good stuff for the Caribbean region, and this is a great start. Thank you all.
All right, thank you too, Patrick. So we'll go straight to session 3, which is Max as well. Okay, Max. We'll have to close with Max though and move to session.
Sorry about that. It will be a very short one. Just to mention that we can spend a lot of time discussing about all the challenges that we are facing as Caribbean islands. But what we can do is really to leverage what we already have. I remember during the last ICANN meeting in Puerto Rico, we had a very interesting meeting between small islands. Remember that? I can see a lot of you guys, like more than 10 in this meeting that was part of this meeting. So what we can do is to leverage existing meetings, like when we go to ICANN, to CCNSO meetings. Also, every year there is a CaribNOG meeting. We can leverage those meetings to meet as CCTLD ecosystem in the Caribbean, and then discuss about our issues and how we can collaborate together and make our voice heard. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You also have a home in the Caribbean IGF, the longest standing IGF globally. We'd be happy to give you a space there as well. So Tracy, what's next? You're the action man.
All right. I'm glad you said that. So you know in the Caribbean we like to talk plenty, right? So we're talking, talk today, talk 2007, talk 2018, I think 2014, talking 2025, talking. But we didn't see anything happening yet, right? So let me ask a question. In this room, of those who have websites, whether you have your company website or your personal, etc., how many are using a CCTLD? Right. Good. So that's three. Right. Online. Good. Good. So this is let's call this a converted room, right? The key is, how do we get this message out to everybody else? So in terms of not just that CCTLDs exist, but what they can do for the country and the Caribbean, etc. Both in terms of things like resilience, working as some sort of national asset, branding, identification, whatever you want to call it. So many things that we can do to get that going, and maybe utilizing the mind share that's in this room, virtual otherwise, to help with that. So one of the things I want to start proposing is that we find a way to, we can talk as well. We like to talk, but let's wrap our minds around some activity and work together on that. So I would propose, not wanting to take the first step necessarily, but how do we promote our top level, our CCTLDs in our countries to become what I see happening in other countries like Germany, Canada, even when I'm based in Switzerland, North Switzerland, China, where the CCTLD seems to be the dominant website extension, the top level domain. Why is that not happening in the Caribbean? Right? So we have Canada online, so maybe they can explain why .ca is so popular in Canada. Maybe they can help with that. Not now, but I'm saying in a session that we could talk about that together. Let's find some action points to work around. Also, as Patrick actually said, let's find a way to work together on doing things that, raise the profile of the CCTLD in your own country. So in your country, you have things like you can do like a multi-stakeholder group, like what we do here. You can do an IGF, you can do something, a conference. What else can we do to raise your profile that you exist, you're here, and you're also here to help your country? What can we do to do things like around that? Throwing a couple ideas for us to chat about. And also, what is missing? What do you think is missing from all this talking we've been doing? We've been talking a lot, but why is it not gelling? Why, when Patrick comes and says we've talked a lot for 30 years, but we're not working together? And finally, I wanted to, as for all before I hand over to Albert, the issue about the back-end registries and the software that's running it. Is there discussion to be had about working together as a region to try and find a solution that's fit for purpose for what we can do? So if you are running, I guess, a multi-million-dollar registry, okay, maybe you want to use something that costs multi-millions of dollars, but maybe if you're running something very small, do you want to use something that's homegrown? Do you want to do something that's more fit for purpose, more at scale, something that's built built with your people in the Caribbean? What about things like that? Looking at products like that and seeing how we can work together to drive innovation and drive some level of utilizing what we have as an asset and taking it beyond the fact that it's just a website extension and using it to move beyond that. So having said that, I'll just hand over to Albert now for some thoughts. Albert is from ICANN, and he has the wherewithal, I would imagine, to help us drive this. So Albert, over to you to
Thank you very much,
capitalize.
Tracy. Thank you very much. Full disclosure, first of all, maybe about 11, 12 years ago, I may have been up as one of the CCTLD managers as well, because I used to manage .lc, which is a CCTLD for St. Lucia. And it's very interesting to have seen the situation from the side of a CCTLD manager, and now to be seeing it from the other side, which is from the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. it's useful to understand some of what has gone before. And as Tracy started mentioning, there have been several efforts to get the CCTLD managers across the Caribbean to collaborate with each other. And I think to make a long story short, two keywords we need to focus on are community collaboration. And as you heard from several speakers, the CCTLD managers is a community that is very willing to help each other. Once you join that community, start meeting, start collaborating, you find, and particularly Damien would be happy to hear this, that all of the managers want to help other managers. And let's see what happened. And Pablo has a lot to be thanked for with regard to the first opportunity that the CCTLD managers had to get together. In 2007, at ICANN 29, there was a special meeting of all of the CCTLD managers at that meeting from the Caribbean. And you had presentations by people like Dr. Patrick Lay, who runs the .ag for Antigua. And what did they speak about? He spoke about the different ways that you manage a CCTLD, the different models that could be used, a commercial model, the education model, whether it's open and allowing persons from all over the world to register, whether it's only local entities that are registered. And what happened at the end of that meeting? I mean, I was one of the CCTLD managers. We all exchanged business cards, the usual thing, and we promised and we committed to stay in touch and to work together. That happened maybe for the first 3 weeks after the ICANN meeting. And then the usual thing, we stopped talking to each other, nothing more happened. Again, in 2014, the CTU ICANN collaborated with at the Bahamas at the TTIGF. We brought a few CCTLD managers there, same thing. We did some capacity building. We spoke about how we could work together, exchange all the business cards, had some drinks, promised to stay in contact. A few weeks later, everything went dead again. And actually in 2019 in Puerto Rico, ICANN had an event which was at DNS Fora, and we actually paid to bring some of the Caribbean CCTLD managers there. Same thing for a third time. We spent some time, did some capacity building, exchanged the business cards, and nothing happened. So all of that to say, it really takes some strong commitment, some identification of what is important to the CCTLD managers. ICANN's role is to facilitate. We have the CCNSO within the ICANN ecosystem, and a lot happens there. There was a question asked earlier, which are the Caribbean countries that have been participating more in the CCNSO. And who do you have? You have countries like Belize, St. Kitts has been participating, Antigua, Dr. Patrick Lay has been there, the Dominican Republic, the Cayman Islands is an interesting group. When the Cayman Islands goes to an ICANN meeting, they have 1 or 2 people in the CCNSO, they have one in the GAC, they have the GAC. These are just different areas of ICANN which represent the different communities. So the point here again is collaboration. You go with a large group, or you go not necessarily with a large country group, but with a large Caribbean group, and then you can cover different areas, and participate in what's going on. Also in the CCNSO, you've had Grenada, Barbados, Guyana, and of course, Puerto Rico and Haiti. And even at a higher level, you've had Dr. Patrick, there are 2 Patricks. So Patrick Hussein has been a member of the governing body of the CCNSO, the CCNSO Council. And also from Haiti, we've had Christelle Vaval in leadership positions on the CCNSO, very influential positions, opportunities for the Caribbean's voice to be heard. So one of the big recommendations that I would make is to see how we can collaborate more. I say we, as a Caribbean, if you're going to an ICANN meeting, if you are in an event where there are other Caribbean CCTLD managers, let's see how we can work together. Let's see how we can make connections. Let's see how we can help each other. And perhaps I will pause at this point, maybe to hear a little bit more from the others. But it's very important for us to collaborate as a Caribbean community when it comes to the CCTLD management.
All right, so let's take some feedback from our audience online and on the floor. So not seeing any hands. Yes, is that Damien's hand up?
Yes, Damien.
Yes, just to add to what Albert was saying, in Angola, the problem we have is, there's no one person assigned to the role. It's just a function that's attached to someone who already has a million other functions. So you may see us popping into a meeting and we exchange business cards and so forth, but when we go back to the country, then you may not get the opportunity to interact again because that might drop in somebody else's lap who's available at the time. So we definitely need to do some work in country and establishing a proper unit to deal with this. Yeah.
So let's take Pablo and then Lendet Pengel.
Thank you, Tracy. And look, actually, Tracy, you touch on you identify several important points that I completely believe that should be part of the agenda in the next set of events that I hopefully will have soon. And one of them has to do with who are we? I continue to hammer on the one thing that we have in common is what? We register 2-character domain names. But what the type of governance model that you have, if you're government, if you're academia, or you're a private entity, will dictate the way that you do business. So a one-size-fits-all does not work for the CCTLD operators. We need to find those points in which we can come together and help out each other. But how can we improve the number of domain name registrations that is driven by the governance model and by other things that obviously we will discuss in that coming soon meeting? So let's keep that in mind. And another thing that I want to touch upon is that for those of us that have looked for backend providers, I'm a small CCTLD. And so don't be shy. Explore all your opportunities. There are opportunities for homegrown CCTLD operations. There are opportunities for backend providers. There are opportunities for everyone. You need to look at your external environment, your internal environment, and see what works. But all of these things, we can discuss that too. That should be another topic that we should have in that coming soon event and have that discussion too. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And remember, we're looking for concrete actions. So thank you, Pablo, for that suggestion. Maybe you can find a way to host us in some sort of event going forward. I have 2 more hands up. I have Lendet Pengel and Krupa Shah. So let's take Lendet Pengel.
Yeah, I will make it very short. It's just something as a reaction to what Damien was experiencing. We as academia do the administration. We are the registry for CW. However, it's important to have partnerships like we have now with a tier 4 data center, which is very known. It's profiling now in the Caribbean, which is the Blue Nap America. And especially on the technical issues, they support us in that. We have a collaboration, but also internationally, being part of the Dutch Kingdom brings us also an opportunity to work together with SIDN, which is a large, let's say, data center also for the Netherlands, but has a very large multicast network, of which we can also we are making use of DNS services for our secondary and primary. So I think you cannot have everything maybe in your own team, but working with whatever opportunity of our options that you have locally, as we also have with the local telco for internet connectivity. That's a way of going to with collaboration. So that's what I wanted to say. It's not always that you have the option as a TLD manager to have all the skills that you require, or to at least the technical people in your organization. However, you can make use of what is available on the island or international, and you will see that there are a lot of people that would like to support you as a Contico top-level domain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Curacao. Again, looking for concrete actions, so hopefully you can help with that. Krupa Shah.
Thank you, Tracy. And thank you to TTMAG and Mr. Rodney Taylor for inviting me here. For those of you who don't know, my name is Krupa and I am with Identity Digital. We support over 450 TLDs globally, but we are a registry services provider for many TLDs in the Caribbean, including .pr, .ag, .lc, and .ai, amongst others. I'm here to share some observations based on what I've heard so far, and I've heard some comments about having a reliable network in the Caribbean, more collaboration, maybe a need for some international voices, etc. The Caribbean has its own unique challenges when we talk about resilience and collaboration and resource allocation, as we've heard some of the other speakers here say. And in the future, perhaps a session that we can come together on is building a resilience network in the Caribbean of operators who can actually rely on each other and how they can rely on each other in times of distress. So when a hurricane slams your country and say takes power down for hours, if not days, are your websites or emails or domain names that are behind your government services, banks, utilities, etc., will they keep working? The world in general, people in these countries in general, expect these critical services, this infrastructure, to simply just work 100% of the time. And so resiliency in general is a key component to the continued operation of the internet, the Caribbean included. And I think, and my recommendation is that we think about resilience. And what does a resilience network mean for countries in the Caribbean? This perhaps is a workshop for a future session, but in my opinion, is going to be required nevertheless. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Krupa. And maybe there's a way we could combine all of the ideas that have just come out. I'm seeing Albert taking up the mantle for doing exactly that. So I'm going to pass to Albert, who will actually summarize all of those ideas. And we're perhaps asking ICANN maybe to take the lead in sort of coordinating this effort. How about that?
Sorry to disappoint you, Tracy. I'm adding another idea. Well, I was waiting to see if somebody else would mention it. Jacqueline knows what I'm about to say. In the Latin American Caribbean region, there is another organization called LACTLD. And LACTLD is established, it was established in 1998, essentially to help the CCTLDs in Latin America and the Caribbean. And I think one of the key points that has come out this afternoon is that we need to perhaps go a little bit deeper than LACTLD, which is covering Latin America and the broad Caribbean, and focus on an organization for the Caribbean, specifically at our level in the Caribbean. Little effort has been made in that in the past. We tried, I know Jacqueline put in a serious amount of effort into getting a mailing list started and so on. I think last night we were talking, I don't think we had WhatsApp yet. All right, otherwise we would have had a WhatsApp group. But perhaps that is one additional area that we can look at, one additional idea. I don't know that it is the role of the ICANN organization to push this. I think this is something that really needs to be driven by the stakeholders. The CCTLD managers have to decide for themselves that they want this and that they are willing to put in the effort on a consistent basis to actually maintain it. ICANN will be there to support. I mean, as we are doing now. Within the ICANN ecosystem, you have a space, and ICANN will continue to provide that. And from my perspective as stakeholder engagement manager in the Caribbean, I'll do everything that I can to see how we can gel the Caribbean together at our ICANN public meetings, typically I try to get the Caribbean groups together. You know this. You've been there at most of those sessions where we try from a social standpoint to develop the relationships amongst all those, not just the CCTLD managers who are there from the Caribbean, but I think it's something that has to be led by the CCTLD managers in the Caribbean. They have to stand up and move forward and say, we want this and we are going to move forward with it.
Right. So I heard from Albert that the next step is that he's going to help us with supporting, coordinating the next step going forward, even though it's coming from us, that there's going to be some catalyzing element from Albert Daniels of ICANN.
Absolutely. I'll continue to do that. And that's what I've been doing for years with the Caribbean, trying to bring us together.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Say your name.
Yes, yes. Thanks very much, Tracy. Dev Gosine, TTMAG. Tracy has made a point that you want some things that work, right? One of my favorite mantras is that you will achieve what you've never achieved before, only when you do what you've never done before. Rodney Taylor said that several conferences that went, and he quoted years, they exchange call cards. I have also exchanged many call cards. And I came back home with a pile of call cards, went in an old wallet, and eventually I threw away the old wallet and the call cards. So my new strategy now is to develop what I have. If I go to a conference, what I have, let's get this back. What I have, what I have is a QR code of my V card. So what I do, I ask the person to scan it. They call me, I get their number one time. I do not use call cards anymore. It saves on printing and it saves on the efficiency. And if you are the person who is the manager of a WhatsApp chat or whatever, as you get the person information, you add them to the group one time. I hate to be doing something twice. That is, getting somebody information and sometime get posted anywhere. Okay, it saves my time. My time is my life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dev. So I heard you're volunteering to create QR codes for everyone. That's what I heard, right? So
if you want me to, anything you ask me to do, Tracy, I do it.
Brilliant. So with that, of course, I'm just, well, no, not joking actually, but you know how it is. So Albert helping, motivating, catalyzing, Dev G driving some technology. With that, I think we're getting somewhere, which is good. So I'm going to toss back to SG Taylor to kind of give us maybe another step forward in his wrap up. SG?
Thank you very much. Now, I would simply put the offer on the table that the CTU can help in the organization if the CCTLD managers believe that it will be helpful to have a Carib TLD. We can help by providing secretariat services, by helping you to organize the meeting. We don't need to be all in your space, but we're saying we can help facilitate. You can come together, maybe elect a chair or president, whatever you want to call that person, who can help in terms of the coordination, the technical cooperation, and we would simply convene the meetings for you on your own schedule, on your own time. If you want to meet 4 times a year virtually, once out of those 4 times, maybe once in person at a CIGF or a TTIGF or one of the IGFs in the region, and we would support as best we can. We have a youth network. Maybe we can get one of the young persons to help to coordinate that and bring the resources together that you need to help organize that meeting. So I'll put that offer on the table. We can help until it's at the point of viability where you don't need us at all. You can organize and call the meetings and collaborate on your own. And of course, when we meet at ICANN or when we meet at IT or any of these other spaces, we're happy to help coordinate and support your work there as well. So let me end by expressing my appreciation to the TTMAG and TTIGF for giving us the space. In the first IGF in the world, right? I don't think there's anyone before this one in the calendar. That's my understanding. It's the first for the year, good. For the year, yes, for the year. We're the longest standing, I know, but that's all right. But thank you very much. It's been good, and I'm happy that we're able to get such distinguished panelists together. So please give everyone a round of applause. And who am I handing over for the final wrap-up of the TTIGF? Would that be?
I believe
Okay.
that's Dev Gosine, Chair-elect of the
Gosine.
TTMAG.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Dev Gosine.
Do it from there or here? Okay, good, yeah.
All right, it's not that delighted. The room is very bright, but these are the only tested sheets that I have right now. So, all right, good afternoon, everyone. And we have had a really very, very impressive 2 days. And making this possible was our partners. And I would like to believe that they are our life partners. I would first like to recognize the Network Information Center, TTNIC. You've been awesome. The Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, TAT. Latin American and Caribbean Network Information Center, LACNIC. The Caribbean Telecommunications Union, CTU. The Internet Corporation of Assigned Names and Numbers, ICANN. R&R Ramjatan AV IT Services Limited. Thank you. You all are awesome. The Internet Society, Trinidad and Tobago Charter, iStock TT, and Airlink Communications. They are the persons who pump the blood into our veins. Without them, we would be dead, literally. I would like to now express profound gratitude to the persons who we have spent hours listening to for the last couple of days. And these people are, we'd like to express special gratitude to Mr. Corey Belfont, Permanent Secretary, the Ministry of Digital Transformation, who spoke on behalf of the Minister of Education, his Honorable Minister Bacchus. We'd like to express gratitude again to Ms. Sally Wentworth, President and Chief Executive Officer, Internet Society of the Society of Internet Society Foundation. Mr. John Outridge, who has graced us with his presence on several presentations this year. He's the Chief Executive Officer of Trinidad and Tobago International Finance Center. Mr. Javed Sajjad, Artificial Intelligence Legal and Policy Consultant, LACNIC. And then we had later on in that morning, Dr. Andrew Hunt, Chairman, National Institute of the Higher Education Research, Science and Technology, NIHUST. Dr. Lev Gornick, Chief Information Officer of the Arizona State University. And I was very impressed. So some really, really interesting. Now the other presentation didn't have anything that interested me. But this one stood out in terms of, because it's new technology and of course, introducing the AI in some of the things that I'm doing. And then we went on to see a star boy by the name of Ajmal Najjar, who single-handedly ran a presentation on cybersecurity in Trinidad and Tobago. And trust me, it was a lot of information. Aj, you were impressive. It takes a lot to impress me. Eh? And then this morning we had a youth session on, it's actually on bullying in the cyber age. And I would want to give a big shout out to RSC, Restore a Sense of I Can. They outdid themselves this morning. It was a session. We had over 100 students. We had about 40 or 50 something schools in attendance. And this, I should mention that the schools only notified about this less than 24 hours ago. Okay. And the participation was phenomenal. And they use AI, they presented it using avatars. They even had breakout sessions where the students go and they could interact with the avatars themselves. It was truly an impressive, and I'm sure it's going to leave a permanent remembrance of today's activity. Then this afternoon, our star again, Aj, as I always call him, had a presentation this morning with Mr. John Outridge again, Ian T. Alleyne, and Shiva Bissessar. John, again, is the Chief Executive Officer of TTIFC, Ian Alleyne, founder of Paywise, and Shiva is the Managing Director of Pinaka Consulting Limited. And then this afternoon, of course, you're all here for that. I can see the room full up now. Because of the snacks, we'll go and get later. But I don't know, I just, I'm glad to see all here. We had the moderator, Julie, our very own Julie David, and the presenter, Letetia Addison. And congratulations again, Letetia, on your accomplishments. And it's a wonderful presentation. We have much more to talk about later. She's the adjunct lecturer of the School of Science, Computing and Artificial Intelligence at UWI. And then I must give some appreciation to the coffee break. We don't take anything for granted here. And then we had another session by the CTU, and I shook Rodney's hand because of his benevolence, we are here at CTU today. So give Rodney Charles a round of applause. Accelerating this involvement of Caribbean CCTLDs within the global CCTLD communities. There's a tongue twister way. And we had Rodney, again, thank you very much for your participation. And I know you always have a passion for activities. When we first met in Barbados many years ago. And then we had Dr. Pablo Rodriguez. Pablo, I can see your passion in what you're delivering. He's the Executive Vice President of Gauss Research Laboratory Incorporated and JRC member. Claudia Ruiz, who was also a member of CCNSO. Alejandra Reynosa. She gave a very good perspective. And of course, our very own Dr. Patrick Hussein, who had a panelist, Mr. Clifford Bostic. Well, I think he was absent. Damian Harrigan, Linda Pengel, and Max Larson. And of course, our very own, always here from ICANN, Albert Daniel. Thank you very much for your usual support. I know I could count on you. I always look forward to meeting you at all these IGFs and all these other international meetings and whatnot. So again, I am Dev Gosine. I just want to wish, more importantly, all of you, all our participants, because all of this would have gone to zero if you all weren't here, weren't participating, weren't contributing. Let me ask you to save the date. I don't know the date, but I'll give you the formula, because you will forget numbers, okay? The formula is January 2026, the last Friday and the last Thursday, okay? Look out for the notice about TTIGF 2026. Thank you all very much. You have been a wonderful audience. My throat is dry. I'm going to do something about it now. Have a good evening.
Take care all. It was great to see you.
Bye all. Bye-bye. Everyone online.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you for sharing. Bye.
Goodbye.
The next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yes, good evening. Gregory was here when the guy with the bobcat came.
Yes, and Gregory said he spoke to them. He didn't pay any mind. Even the other fellow that was with him said he don't listen.
Yeah, because we do bear foolishness out there.
So he went talk with him.
No, sorry, I took some photos of that. Right?
What you on top of him yet?
Why you don't know him? I know the boss that sent him out.
Right, talk to your mom. So he will let what he will let lying there.
Why don't mind that so much? But the thing is that he ain't do what he was supposed to do.
Really?
They go all the more down to rocks on this side as well. It was supposed to dig out. That was a small space. That was a short job. 15, 20 minutes and done.
You talk to your boss now yet?
No, not yet. But I got pictures now. They can share with Barry.
Talk to him because the others, Gregory said he was trying to tell them that what he's doing is not what he's supposed to be doing, but you know, I'm listen. See, I want to listen. See, I can't tell you, man. What you're doing is not right. You understand?
I didn't go and see Barry because that was an easy job. But small square there, just a track across there. And even if you see pipe,
I need to burn some pipe.
it matches two pipes there. Two pipes.
Some pipe.
Yeah, well, you can see the one that fit down to the first two manholes there, and then another one burst there. We don't know where that was going, but the you fellas just do there. That was such an easy job there. So easy to do.
Hey, see man, that person digging up me. He did all the other digging up.
I told Kerwin,
He clearly don't know what he's doing.
I told Kerwin the sense of what Kerwin's problem was that the trailer that holds the backhoe had one arm then coming back up. So he could have put the tractor on the top of the trailer, but it would have dropped off, coming, getting it up. So Kerwin told me, talk to Barry. So he called Barry, and Barry said, okay.
So you need to talk to Barry now before you get to it.
No, that's no problem. That's no problem. I can talk to Barry later on tonight or tomorrow early before you leave the church and send Barry the picture to VC. Barry's experience with me, he know that that's not a good job. When you're digging out the foundation, you dig down to your seat to get the rock. But he left. I suppose he was.
So you want to call Barry now?
Huh?
So you want to call Barry now?
I don't worry about thoughts. I don't know.